Streamlabs likes to give me an invalid credential message every time I start it up. Or not every time, but most of the time. Alright, 977 subscribers. Yeah, not that I care how many I have, but it just good historical tracking. Alright, we are in Eloy, Arizona. Going to end do my 30-minute break, I believe, in Anthony, Texas. Right on the New Mexico-Texas border. Okay, we're now public. Alright. morning, Ziggy.
You have 7
Steve,
hours and 54 minutes of remaining drive time.
Did a bit of a spill here, not very much. We gotta put you back up. Since I got a trash can nearby, what we're gonna do is take this out and put it in the trash can instead of putting it in one of my bags here. Made my own break longer than 10 hours too. For one, because I was tired and I woke up early. Like I was saying, I went to sleep fairly quickly yesterday, but then I woke up I think around 8:30 or something like that, and I still had like 4 hours to go before I had to wake up, before I had to drive. And by the time it was time to drive, started a nap again and woke up, and I didn't want to drive the way I was feeling. I could have started, but it was better than I not. And I got time. I got 970 miles to go from here to the receiver. I'm going to show you, talk about the math on how I figure out when I'll be at the receiver by in a second. Let me get this sent off though. Is it 2306? I think it was 2306, the last four of the seal number. No, 2691, not even close. Okay, so if it's 970 miles away, and we'll just say 97. Find the nearest number at the multiple of 6 for 60 minutes. That's 98. So 98 divided by 6, that's 12. No, it's more than that. 16 hours, a little over 16 hours, somewhere on there, 16 and a half, 17. Okay, add in a 10-hour break, that's 26, 27 hours, so it's a day and 3 hours perhaps to get there. It's 6:30 right now, 6:45 almost, Texas time. So we're talking about 9:45.
You have 7 hours and 49 minutes of remaining drive time.
All right, shut up. Maybe 9:45, maybe 10 o'clock at the latest tomorrow morning. more than likely that I'll be there. And it's not due until the 5th. And I don't have an appointment time set up yet for that. So, no matter how I look at it, I'll have time for a 10-hour break and then some when I get there before it's time to deliver. So, then I need to really worry about getting moving right away. No, this is one of those where if I'm tired and want to rest a little bit more before I move, great, I can do it. I have time for that. I wouldn't have done an 8-2 split otherwise, or 2-8. You know, where I would have just went ahead and driven. Yeah, got moving earlier if I was on a tighter time schedule. Get moving earlier, and then take a 2-hour nap in the middle of my shift, and then finish the shift. And it's 980 miles, 970. It's not even a 500-mile shift that I could run if I really wanted to even it out. Now, either way, I'm going to be there tomorrow morning, regardless. So that's how I would have played it with the 2-8 split. Now, why 2-8 is because, like I always say, if you do 2 hours in the middle of your shift, and preferably at least halfway through the shift, then when you do the 8-hour part, you know, the 8-hour sleeper berth period at the end of it, then you get your drive time that you did prior to the 2-hour break back, added back to your clock. So then when you start, you don't just, if you do anything less than 2 hours in the middle of your shift and then do an 8-hour sleeper berth period, you get 14-hour clock back, but you don't get any drive time back. You just, whatever you already had on your 11-hour clock before is what you get to work with before you have to take a 2-hour break. So I always advocate for take a 2-hour break in the middle of your shift first, and then do the 8 hours. That way, you get drive time back, and you can actually drive more than just maybe like half an hour to an hour, or whatever the hell it is that you left on your clock prior to shutting down in the first place. And you can get some better miles, and you can actually avoid doing 30-minute breaks by doing it that way too. And you know, you play it out strategically. You can even avoid having to take a 30-minute break, and if you do it a certain way. There, tricks of the trade with that, but it's always, I always like try to give people useful, helpful information for stuff like that, because a lot of people, even experienced truckers, don't understand the 8-2 split, how to work with it and all that, and just playing around with it is how I figured it out, or also being taught by my trainer or whatever. So it's just a matter of experimenting, play around. It was a different story with paper logs. And it is with e-logs. E-logs, they do the math for you. You don't even have to worry about it. Just let's get moving. Anyway, with e-logs, the computer will do all the math for you, so you don't have to worry about it. But you still got to know what have an idea what the computer is going to do for you. We are in Eloy, Arizona. Plan of the day is to get to, hopefully I don't put myself in a position where I get to Fort Stockton too late, but plan is for this half of the shift to end in, or this stream, whatever, to end in Anthony, Texas, which is right on the New Mexico-Texas border on I-10. Take my 30-minute break there, and then run the remaining 260 from Anthony to, there was an exit over here. Yeah, it's back here behind the premium park, I think. 26. I can't read the number. It's somebody with a paid-off truck, I think. The number, as small as it is, I think it's, it's probably one of the L07 numbered trucks, which means that the person owns the truck. They bought it, they leased it through JCT, and then they paid it off. And we have a number of those drivers who are still here, who have paid off trucks that they want. Fort Stockton, Texas is where I hopefully will end my shift. May end a little earlier though, because since I'm starting out a little late, I don't know, we'll see. Since it's 6:40 in Texas now, I don't want to be finishing my shift too late in the evening and have to hunt for parking. So it doesn't have to actually be in Fort Stockton. Yeah, I can always use like a truck parking area, even, or check up and stop in. Damn it, it's freaking late. I was preparing to come to a complete stop and get into go into second gear. Decides to turn green right in the middle of doing that. Good morning, Charlie. Leaving the TA in Eloy, Arizona right now, heading eastbound. We're heading toward Tucson. Be in Tucson in less than an hour. Get to Fort Stockton by the end of my shift, then that should put me down to about 360 to go. 360 out, I can do without even doing a 30-minute break. And then the lion's share of that shift tomorrow, or tonight, later, whatever it ends up being. I think tomorrow would be going across US 190. So I'd say even if I do get there at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the earliest my appointment time is going to be is 3 o'clock on the 5th. But it's not going to be any earlier than 3 o'clock. I know that from experience with Walmart. And that's still, that's 17 hours between when I would probably be there and when it would be due. So I would still have plenty of time to burn off along the way. Roughly halfway point between Cochise, the Eloy area, and Tucson. What is this, Mesilla Valley? Yeah, sure is. Not too many companies have trailer tails anymore. Usually Mesilla Valley and Prime are two of them. Valley trucks sometimes are just marginally slower than me, and other times they're like this guy. I have a feeling that guy's running a little bit slower by choice. Because usually Mesilla Valley trucks, I think, run like 67, 68, or whatever it is. I don't normally pass them that quick. point, a little bit further north of here. South of Phoenix, but north of here. Get on 10 over that way, and it's real close to Casa Grande by then. Tucson traffic is going to look like, because normally it moves just fine, but it can be one of those nuisance cities, especially once I'm past I-19, where it's only 2 lanes in each direction. Usually tend to get a fair amount of traffic through there. Again, it usually moves just fine. It's just annoying. Yeah, because you end up in the in-between area where you get someone who's going just a little bit slower than you want to run, but not slow enough where you can get around them quickly, so then it's harder to get over and get around them without blocking the lane and spending too much time in that left lane. Notice it so much going into downtown Tucson, or all the way up into over to I-19, because they're like 4 lanes of travel in each direction in that area. And it goes down about 3 after you get past I-19, and then not too long after I-19, it goes down to 2. It goes down to 2 lanes is where I get concerned about it. enough light coming from, I think, the Tucson area. Maybe just a hair from the sun too, but I think it's more Tucson lights. I see stars in the sky still. I'm clear of that Swift driver, but wait till I get further ahead of him before I move over. Give him extra space. Our speeds are close to each other, so I like to give back more space when our speeds are similar. That way he has a more reasonable following distance, and it's not going to take so long for us to get some kind of separation that is okay to work with. Back over in front of another truck when right away, at least fairly quickly, if there's a four-wheeler following you close behind, or you're just trying to clear the lane for other traffic in general, and or if your speed is your speed variation between you and the truck you're passing is larger. But to me, it's bad manners to do that to somebody you don't absolutely need to move back over in front of. In general, the other driver should not have to back off their throttle. You should not have to back off your throttle, and just get by each other. But now in two-lane road areas, if I think I'm not going to get come out there and end up taking forever to clear the lane, then I'll just go ahead and stay behind the person. So if we were in a two-lane area, I wouldn't have even passed Swift. I would have just stayed right behind him. Only half-mile-an-hour difference. It's really not a big deal. And he'll probably get off the freeway in Tucson or somewhere anyway, and, or maybe even the hills over by Benson would probably have made a difference. It takes patience to learn how to be a more true professional driver out here, and not piss everybody else on the road off. Good morning, Yolanda. Early, you must be at work. I know you were saying before you're like the only person working through the lockout. See what he's got. once I start heading eastbound again. Because this part of I-10, even though 10 is an eastbound highway, this part of it I'm on right now is more south-southeast. And once you get into Tucson, over by I-19, it curves back off to the east. It being a little after 5 o'clock, I'll probably already be past I-19 by the time the sun starts to come out. Sort of get a little bit of light coming out from that direction now, but very little. So it is going to be a bit of a nuisance for both myself and for you guys when it does happen. The sun will be right in front of the camera basically, and will really mess with your view. Mess with mine too until it gets up above my visor. Speaking of that whole economy thing, I've been clowning one of my TSP groups. Yeah, he's predicting another 40% drop below what we're already at. I'm about to sneeze in a second here. Maybe not. I'm just shaking my head. Yeah, we had the third worst recession third worst bear market in stock market history in 2007 and 2009. The S&P 500 dropped about 52%, if I remember right, from top to bottom. That was the third worst in U.S. history. The worst was the Great Depression era bear markets. There were two of them back then. And this guy thinks that we're going to lose another 40% on top of what we're already down like 25% right now. Over a freaking virus that's going to go away in a few months. Are you freaking kidding me? So then he starts trying to support his argument by talking about how there were only 9 million unemployed during the Great Depression, and that now there are like 10 million unemployed all in a very fast time, and it's just like the start of things, whatever. Yeah, I mean it can snowball into a bigger problem, but again, I don't think Trump's going to allow that to happen. It's like I said, we can't sit there and put our economy on its knees, our country on its knees. You know, where people can't go out and work because they're forced not to work by government mandates to not do anything. There's some risk and reward that it's going to have to be taken there. Try to hold it off for a bit, but eventually you're going to have to put the economy back to, where people can actually live. And this guy's, so again, comparing 9 million unemployed during the Great Depression, which was really more like 15 million. It was just 9 million sudden, I guess. I don't know. And then I'm like, okay, what was the population during the Great Depression? It was barely like 130 million people at the time. And today there's 330 plus million, and you're comparing 10 million unemployed out of a population of 330 against the population of unemployed of 9 if it was only at 10,000 before when it last dropped 1,000 points, then that's a 10% drop. If it's at 20,000 and it drops 1,000 points, it's only a 5% drop. That's only half the magnitude. You can't compare the two, they're not the same. Some of the greens though. Dark greens you want to stay away from if you're having gout flare up, but you know, solid, like lighter greens are good. Because darker greens also have purines in them, and the purines is what leads to the uric acid buildup. County and Marana town limit. Marana is just on the north side of Tucson. At the 232, almost 233 mile marker. So a little over 20 miles to go, 20 or 25 to downtown Tucson. restaurant of some sort in them, even if it's just Subway. And I told her a lot of Loves have Subways, as well as something else. And Flying J's usually always have Denny's. All of the big companies have at least something. And they, the dining area is closed, but all of them you can order takeout. Worst case is, the worst problem I've had with them is they're not always open 24/7. So when I drive in the middle of the night, then maybe I want to get something to eat while I'm on my break or something. Can't always do so. That's the worst problem I have. And I tell her, there are plenty of other restaurants out there that are even if they're drive-through only, a lot of times they'll still allow truckers to either call them up and pay at the door, and then they'll give them the food at the door, i.e. the Del Taco in Barstow in Linwood, or you can call them up and order and then pay at the drive-through window and get your food there, i.e. like at the Albert Tacos that I went to in San Bernardino. Places too where people in cars understand that we can't just fit in a drive-thru and a drive-thru only restaurant right now, so there are people who are willing to get our food for us on the drive-thru. Come on over, truck, I know you need over. I'm already past your nose before you realize that I'm all the way in the other lane to let you come over. Ketchup. A lot of people, like yesterday, last night, whenever I put that, one of those weird things about me kind of posts up, and one of them was, do you put ketchup on your hot dog? I put yes if there's not something more preferable on it. I like ketchup. I mean, ideally, if I'm getting a hot dog, I'd rather have like a chili cheese dog or something, or barbecue sauce is even better. But I got no problem with eating a dog with ketchup on it. And then you want to talk about mustard, you got to see what my son does. That boy loves mustard. He'll have like macaroni and cheese, whatever, and he'll just put mustard all over it all. Or same with some noodles and stuff. we think it's a little weird too. Now, mind you, he's autistic, so he's a high functioning autistic. He's a really good kid. He's got a heart of gold. But he's definitely quirky with the food. You can definitely see the autism behaviors with his food. He's very picky, very limited on what he's willing to eat. Definitely likes his routine there. I would never put mustard on my mac and cheese. I like to cut up hot dogs or sausages, whatever, and put them in mac and cheese. That's a good combo. Yeah, that made all kinds of sense, car. That was a pointless lane change. Like to put on your hot dogs when you're having like dogs and buns, whatever. So apparently mustard is okay, but now a lot of people don't like putting ketchup on their hot dogs. So if you're not a ketchup fan, what do you like to put on your dog? Turn this into a forget about what you don't like, what do you like that can maybe give other people on here ideas that might interest them, and hey, oh, that sounds pretty good, I should try that out. shrimp, especially if it's mixed in with, I don't know, maybe it's in a pasta or something. State Route 77 North. Miracle Mile. I used to go bowling, cosmic bowling every weekend at a place right there on Miracle Mile. Yeah, because I used to be stationed right here in Tucson at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Definitely sounds like a southern tendency there. I know a lot of people in California also do the pork and beans thing. Not really my cup of tea, but nothing wrong with that though. Catching up to Prime, and it seems like Prime's speeding up a little bit. It's like, don't go trying to fly over here, dude. I'm already in the middle of trying to pass you. So it doesn't do you any good to accelerate because you're not going to make it past me anyway. I swear I was the same red Volvo I saw yesterday with the vent door open on his trailer. If you want to bet you anything, I was the same red Volvo that I passed yesterday. You don't need anything on it. You do mustard, onions, and shredded cheese. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. Yeah, it's funny, onions, that's another one where it's like really hit and miss with people. Some people hate onions and some people love them. I'm kind of an in-between. I like onions, but it's got to be the right, I don't know, done the right way, or it doesn't overwhelm the rest of the food. I want it to complement the food, not overwhelm it. Onions can be a great flavoring agent. You know, add a nice little spice. Onion is very commonly used in authentic Mexican cuisine. Done hot dogs with onions, so I don't know, it just seems like a weird combination to me. I like onions, I like hot dogs, and just the two together just seems a little off, I guess. Coming up on I-19 right now, so we're gonna go from 4 lanes down into 3 here, hoping some of this traffic in front of me is gonna go down I-19 instead. Airport shuttle van. If that is, then there's a you might stay on. You might end up staying here on I-10 for a little bit longer. The airport's off Valencia. Now it looks like you might turn on to 19. trying to move over, but then he ends up coming all the way back to get behind me when he realizes that I'm trying to come back over. So I'm like, oh shit, I had to wait to make sure he was safe and clear of me before I committed to coming over to the other lane. It's a good example why I try to avoid doing any kind of lane changing when you got highways converging like that. Any kind of an on-ramp, merge point, you never know what you're getting. Answer to that, no, I did not see Matt. There was one point in time where I was sleeping. I had a movie on or whatever, and I fell asleep to it. And I thought I remember hearing a knock that I don't think came from the movie, but I don't know if I don't remember what time it was or if it would have been him. Or even just some freaking moocher or like a lot lizard or somebody else. There was nobody next to my truck though when I crawled out of the bunk to after a minute or so to see if anybody was there. About stopping at the Flying J anyway. I was at the TA. I don't know if he came to the... I don't know if he even came to the
message 1 of 4. Received today at 5:39 a.m. on the tracks. Information indicates that
Yeah.
guy.
Like hell I was speeding. Not sure where I thought I was speeding, but that's not the case. Craycroft Road up on the other side of the base is where the main gate is to the Davis Mountain. In Valencia, it's the airport and the Pima Air Museum are over here off of that street. I think we're good. I forget the name of that brand. I want to say it starts with an H. Not Harvest, but what the hell is the name of that company? Then there's another one there, the Deseret. You have to be basically be Mormon or LDS, whatever, which I'm not. So I never get them, but my cousin and her husband used to run like catering and all that, and run around. They used to have their own restaurant, and they would often get these Deseret brand hot dogs. And I remember one time they moved, and they ended up hooking me up with all their meat when they moved out of Victorville to somewhere else. And I remember I grilled those things up. I'm like, damn, those are some freaking really good hot dogs. I don't know if they sell them anywhere or if it's only. Because I know I guess Mormons spend time doing like community service by stocking, keeping this. Deseret, whatever hell, grocery store kind of place, stocked, and it's mainly for, and I guess you have to be Mormon to use the place. Don't know if they sell them anywhere else, but I'd sure like to get my hands on those things if I could. Tucson city limit area now. Morning, Anthony. east end of Tucson at the moment. I'm sure some of you guys might be inclined to call it Tucson, because the way it's spelled, but it's Tucson. In the world getting off here at Rita Road. What's up with that? Must be all going to that warehouse over there or something. Are they all turning left? Can't tell. There's an Amazon truck there though, delivery van though, so I'm guessing that warehouse over there I see on the left is probably Amazon. Maybe all those people there are Amazon employees getting ready to start their day. I believe is the company that sponsors that hot dog eating contest that they always have. Houghton Road coming up next. Go up to the north, up toward Mesa. You know, up into the mountains up there, because as you're going up Highway 87 from Mesa, you know, Mesa's over on the east end of Phoenix. If you take 87 up from Mesa to Payson, I mean, there's an area up there where there's just like friggin' a gazillion Sawatos there. remember, for some dumbass reason, one of these MC Carrier Las Vegas trucks ended up in the bypass lanes, which were basically we were going northbound, and you had to use the southbound, the number 1 and 2 southbound lanes if you were on that side, because basically they had the northbound lanes were down to I think like 2 lanes or whatever, and they were temporarily using 1 or 2 of the southbound lanes while that was going on. So during peak commute hours in the morning, they would have this zipper lane. You know, basically this movable K-rails that can be moved from one lane to another. And, you know, so they'd have an extra lane for southbound traffic and only 1 northbound bypass lane. And then during the off-peak hours, they'd switch it towards 2 northbound lanes and 1 less southbound lane. Well, anyway, this MC Carrier truck ended up in the bypass lane, even though there was a sign saying no trucks allowed in the bypass lane. And it's like midnight. I'm catching up to the guy pretty fast. I'm doing like 80, 85, and there was another car right behind me doing the same thing. And this truck ends up, he actually ran into the K-rail. He started scraping the side of his truck and trailer all over the K-rails. I think it was a guardrail, whatever it was, and I seen sparks flying off the side of his truck, so I had to back off real fast, and then of course the guy behind me is like flashing his brights at me, like, you know, because I didn't want to pass the other truck and I was in the other lane. Then he finally realized, because I saw the truck, it looked like he was getting ready to lose control. He started to drift back to the left, like he was going to come into my lane. And then when he got past the barrier, it looked like he was going to jackknife to the right. So I was like freaking out, like trying to avoid having an incident with the truck. He ends up coming to a stop, under control though, but it sure was a good scare for me. And that's another reason why you don't camp out near trucks and why you don't fall asleep behind the wheel, because I think that's what happened, is he either got distracted or fell asleep. I think he fell asleep and woke back up after he realized he was hitting something. The dogs at Martinsville Raceway are extremely good. Okay. Tend to like the beef brand, the beef ones. 15 or so miles from Benson, Arizona now. I have some hills to deal with here for the time being, and then mostly flatten out a little bit as we get further east. Beef ribs are bigger, but a lot of times there's not enough meat on them to me to make it worthwhile. We'll see you guys later. Station Road coming up. You're a bowling ball on Phoenix 30, so you must have bald head. You shave yours? Or is it naturally bald? About 10 miles out now from Benson. means it's something to do with the X chromosome. Or more so the presence of the Y chromosome, whether or not it has the trait on it, the gene on it or something, I don't know. But evidently, yeah, I got my trait from my car. And I back off here looking so this car can even get by me so I can move over. My maternal grandfather, he had a full head of hair when he died. Whereas my paternal grandfather, he had a balding pattern too, just like my dad. So yeah, evidently I got, I'm following my grandpa on my mom's side. And Z chromosome. There's no Z chromosome. Or if there is one, it's not a sex chromosome. It might be a recessive trait on the Y chromosome. I have to read up into that, but it would explain why even that same, well, then again. But then it becomes a case if your dad is, well, then again, no, it still doesn't make sense, because why would my dad be balding? I got the Y chromosome from him. And why would I not be balding? That would make me more apt to believe it's coming from a different chromosome than not the sex chromosome. Having questions answered, so let's find it. I'm gonna pull up something on the reader. Business Insider sometimes blocks my stuff.
Baldness genes. Going bald isn't all your mother's fault. Business Insider. Hereditary balding is complicated, and the popular notion that it's inherited solely from your mother is incorrect. Blaming a single gene for baldness is too simplistic. In reality, your chances of losing hair are determined by a complex host of genes from your mother and father, along with some environmental factors. Some genes that determine early baldness in men might be carried on the mother's X chromosome. When in doubt, blame your mom for your problems, right? Actually, science says you can't even blame your mother's genes for a bald head. For years, many people have believed the myth that the genes for male pattern baldness are passed down from a mother to her son on her X chromosome. The conventional wisdom has been that men could simply take a look at the heads on their mom's side of the family and get a pretty good indication of how theirs might wind up looking. But doctors say it's more accurate to blame both of your parents for thinning hair. To assess your chances for hair loss, look at all relatives in your mother's and father's families. Don Davis, a doctor from the Mayo Clinic's dermatology department, wrote in a blog post. There are a couple of reasons that's true. First, scientists still aren't sure exactly which genes determine whether we lose hair and where those genes come from, but they think both sides of the family contribute. Second, your mom has two X chromosomes, which makes it difficult to look to any one family member for clues about your hair's future. Why we lose hair as we age. The scientific term for common hair loss is androgenic alopecia. If you have it, you're not alone. Roughly half of all adults will lose some hair by the time they're 40. Jamie McCarthy, Getty Images. Hairs last about 2 to 3 years on our head, then fall out and get replaced with new ones in a months-long cycle. When a hair falls out and isn't replaced, or gets replaced with a much thinner hair, then we start to go bald. The specific factors that determine how hair-free someone's head will be are still somewhat mysterious. Scientists believe the condition is mostly genetic, and caused by changes in our sex hormones. One recent 2018 scientific review hypothesized that people likely lose their hair as the concentration of one sex hormone, dihydrotestosterone, increases in the tissue on their heads. That hormone leads hairs to become thinner and even stop growing out of the follicles altogether, which might be the key mechanism at work with genetic hair loss. But scientists still aren't quite sure how it works. What scientists have discovered about male pattern baldness. Even though it's not totally your mom's fault, her genes might play a role, especially if you go bald before middle age. One 2005 German study suggested that balding before the age of 40 may be dictated by a gene on the X chromosome, meaning that the predisposition would come from a mother's side of the family. The researchers hypothesized that men who inherited the alleged balding gene from their moms would be predisposed to have more androgen, a male sex hormone, receptors on their scalp, and more likely to go bald early as a result. But Professor Marcus Nuthen, one of the researchers leading the study, said in a release that there were also indications that other genes are involved which are independent of the parent's sex. Nuthen did a follow-up study on more than 600 German men in 2008, and found that a location on chromosome 20 had a strong effect on early-onset male pattern baldness. That's a clue that both a mother's and a father's DNA are involved in baldness genes. Non-genetic factors seem to be at play too. A 2013 study of more than 3,100 Korean patients found that smoking and drinking can have an impact on whether people lose their hair early. The lingering mystery of baldness explains why it's been so difficult to create a gene therapy cure for baldness, though scalp scientist Shirley McDonald told Business Insider that's the new holy grail for hair scientists. Until then, there are only a couple proven treatments that fight or slow balding: Rogaine, generic name, minoxidil, and Propecia for men, generic name, finasteride. Other than that, the best strategy may be just to own one's shiny scalp. Scientists have found that people tend to describe bald men as both stronger and taller when they shave their heads.
Okay, so in a nutshell, it's not just a sex chromosome feature, there's more to it. And even experts don't know the answer, is what it sounds like. Something genetic, but more complex genetic than just a simple one gene. We're in the Benson, Arizona area right now. our England drivers jamming out to music or something. That or it's just the bumps in the road that are causing his head to bob back and forth. What speed those guys run. Passed me up earlier when I wasn't doing 70 miles an hour. Find out in a minute here if he's going to pass me back up though. Similar speed as me. Can't really tell if they're gaining on me at all. But not necessarily falling back either. I don't know. Now it is starting to look like maybe I'm pulling away from them. Naturally curly hair? Nuisance for a little bit, so just bear with me. This is what happens when we come into, when we're heading eastbound this time of day. And it's hard even on me because I got to have my visor down and it's barely low enough. Actually, at times it's not low enough. But if I raise my seat up too high, I can't see much of the road. Or like right now, so it gets into that little gap between my two visors. Natural wavy hair, okay. Nothing wrong with that. Dora tends to straighten her hair as well. She's got more of the, I'd call it wavy hair as well. About 80 miles out now from New Mexico. I'm nowhere near the right line. It's going off over there. Stupid lane alert. Hey, actually, look like MC Motor Carrier is catching up now. She must be lighter than I am. How are you going off for? I'm in the middle of the lane. Coming up here, Civil Road.
U.S. shed 701,000 jobs in March in face of virus, ending a record hiring streak after nearly 10 years. NBC News 46 minutes ago. The U.S. economy lost a total of 701,000 jobs in March, bringing a record 10-year streak of employment gains to a halt as the coronavirus pandemic continues to hammer the workforce and shatter economic growth. The closely watched monthly jobs data, released Friday by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also shows the unemployment rate soared to 4.4% from 3.5%, after months at a half-century low. March's data represents the tip of the iceberg, however, since the survey was conducted in the first half of the month prior to the pandemic's grip on the economy. The April jobs report, which will be released May 8, will better illustrate the havoc wreaked by the coronavirus on the economy and the workforce. Some economists are predicting the unemployment number could be as high as 20 million. April will be a disaster for labor markets, Michael Gapin, chief U.S. economist at Barclays, told CNBC. We still have 2 more weeks, and we're probably looking at an unemployment rate of more than 10% in April. It's the first time since 2010 that the economy has registered a negative jobs number. By contrast, February's total was 273,000 jobs added. With millions of Americans under shelter-in-place orders or lockdowns, businesses across the country have shuttered, forcing millions of people out of work and pushing up initial jobless claims to a staggering 10 million in the past 2 weeks. On Thursday, weekly jobless claims for the prior week showed 6.6 million Americans had filed for unemployment benefits. That total calls into question even the best-funded states' ability to pay unemployment benefits over a sustained period, making it likelier than not that more federal intervention will be needed.
There'll be quite a mess that's been created by that damn virus and the reaction to it. Because of financial problems caused by this. Not to mention the suicides are more likely going to occur with people who are younger and healthy. Just feel like they have no option really, and versus having higher death rate to a more likely elderly population. Don't really want to see anybody. What kind of costs there's going to be for the amount of effort they're taking to try to protect those. Out now from New Mexico. We're just roughly an hour drive, maybe a hair less. So I'll be about 7:30 Pacific time or 8:30 Mountain when I get into New Mexico. that's not more than 8.5 feet. Lights also. That thing's over 8.5 feet wide. He's supposed to have oversized flag on there, flashing lights, and a permit too. From Wilcox, Arizona now. Cochise Stronghold. Site up where battle with the Indians happened. Must have been unsuccessful for whoever, I think Americans or whatever. No, not Americans, but Union soldiers or whoever. Who knows? Worth listening to. Figure out what exactly that is. right now? Getting little notifications from the TSP admins. Can't make out much, but it kind of looks like it's indicating that stocks are up right now.
History, Cochise Stronghold. Chiricahua Memories. Descendants of Apache warriors revisit Cochise's final battleground. Reprinted courtesy of the Tucson Weekly, December 10 to 16, 1998. By Sam Negri. On October 9, Burl Cansey loaded his pickup truck and left the high country of the Mescalero Apache Reservation in western New Mexico. In the next 6.5 hours he drove south and west 362 miles to Tucson, the first leg in a journey that would take him 129 years back in time. Cansey is a Chiricahua Apache. Like all other Chiricahua Apaches who were evicted from southern Arizona at the end of the Indian Wars in 1886, his ancestors were shipped to an overcrowded camp in Florida as prisoners of war, later to Alabama and Fort Sill, Oklahoma. In 1913, the U.S. government said the Chiricahuas were no longer prisoners of war and gave them a choice of remaining at Fort Sill or moving in with the Mescalero and Lipan Apaches on the Mescalero Reservation in New Mexico. The majority, 181 of them, chose Mescalero, an area almost directly east of the mountain ranges in eastern Arizona that had been their homeland. Cansey, 59, was born on the Mescalero Reservation. What he knew about his ancestral past in Sonora and Arizona came from his grandparents and other relatives who still had relatively fresh memories. Anthropologists refer to many contemporary Indian groups as memory cultures, meaning that while they may not live like their ancestors or practice esoteric rituals, they share common memories and stories they've all heard at family gatherings. For the most part, the stories are the strongest link to their past and distinguish them from other ethnic groups who, of course, have their own memories and stories. As a child, the stories Cansey heard were about southern Arizona and northern Sonora. What he knew of his ancestors came from the stories of his grandparents who had warm memories of the terrain that had been home to them and their ancestors. For years, our grandparents indicated they wanted to go back to Mexico and eastern Arizona, he said over dinner one night in Benson. They mentioned the country was so beautiful, and it had everything. They also missed relatives. As we grew up, going back to Mexico was a foreign idea. It wasn't doable. We wouldn't know how to administrate the trip. Cansey paused and smiled, adding, "We needed someone who could say, 'It can be done, Mr. Indian, and this is how we'll do it.'" Quote. Over the last 20 years or so, two people have filled that role to one degree or another. One was Neil Goodwin, of Massachusetts, son of the famous anthropologist Grenville Goodwin, who took some Chiricahua Apaches to Mexico for a documentary film he was making in 1988, and the other was Alicia Delgadillo, who lived 4 years near a national forest recreation area called Cochise Stronghold, on the eastern slope of the Dragoon Mountains, and who now lives in Tucson. Delgadillo said she first met Cansey and other Chiricahua Apaches at a ceremony at Fort Bowie, in 1986, marking the centennial of Geronimo's surrender, the capitulation that ended the Indian Wars of the last century. After that, she said, referring to the Chiricahuas, "It just happened to us, we became interconnected, for whatever reason. I always accepted what came my way insofar as being linked to them and did not question why our paths seemed to keep crossing." One of the reasons that relationship thrived, she speculated, is that she is not an anthropologist and they know I have no personal agenda, such as publish or perish. All I can say is that we just seem to click. In the beginning I was involved in just the nuts and bolts logistics, but over the years our relationship became increasingly personal. I think I have a good understanding of their goals and objectives about re-establishing their presence here in Arizona. I believe the Chiricahua who participate in these ongoing public programs gain information to add to their oral tradition. Also, they are reaching out to the non-Indian community to educate them about Chiricahua philosophy. The excursion to Arizona, which a dozen Chiricahua Apaches made in October, was the kind of program to which she referred. It began with a small gathering at the University of Arizona and led, over a 2-day period, to sites in the Chiricahua and Dragoon Mountains where their ancestors had lived and fought, and had the effect of converting stories and memories to palpable experiences. There is perhaps some irony in the fact that non-Indians were there to flesh out the picture for the visiting Apaches. History, as it has often been noted, is written by the victors, and many of the troopers who fought the Apaches kept journals which historians and anthropologists have been sorting through for many years. Over time, much of what was written by the troopers and their officers has been scrutinized by scholars and writers less emotionally involved in the actual events. One of those is Edwin Sweeney, an amicable accountant who grew up near Boston and now works as the controller of a company in St. Louis. In recent years, following an interest he developed as a child watching Western movies, Sweeney wrote an award-winning biography of Cochise, and most recently edited Making Peace with Cochise, the 1872 Journal of Capt. Joseph Alton Sladen. Sladen was one of the Army officers present when Cochise agreed to stop fighting. On a Sunday afternoon in October, Sweeney stood before the small contingent of Apaches who had come to Arizona from the Mescalero Reservation. Among the Indians was a gracious old man, Frank Sladen, Lieutenant. Sladen's grandson, who had come all the way from Michigan. The scene was Rucker Canyon on the west side of the Chiricahua Mountains, a place which neither the modern Chiricahua Apaches nor the elderly Frank Sladen had ever seen. Cedar-covered hills rose up to a rocky promontory behind them as Sweeney and others vividly unraveled a tale about how it happened that Apaches and white men had gone at each other's throats with a vengeance. In a distinct Boston accent, Sweeney explained that the battle that occurred in the hills behind him marked the beginning of the end for Cochise. The old warrior had been fighting white men for 9 years. He was tired, outnumbered, outgunned. He could see that this was not going to end for his people, but he was not yet ready to give up. The date was October 20, 1869. There was a battle in those hills behind him, Sweeney said, that had its roots some 50 miles to the west, near Dragoon Springs, at the north end of the Dragoon Mountains. On October 5, 1869, a call. John Finkelstone, the 33-year-old president of Apache Pass Mine, near Ft. Bowie, headed back to his home in Tucson aboard a mail coach. He had an escort of 4. When they approached an abandoned stagecoach station at the north end of the Dragoon Mountains, a bunch of Apaches camouflaged with weeds jumped out of a gully and hit them fast and hard. Stone, the coach driver, and all of the soldiers were killed. The news stunned Tucson, where Stone, for whom Stone Avenue was later named, was well known and admired. Within hours of this attack, Cochise and his band encountered a group of cowboys in the Sulphur Springs Valley. The men were moving a herd of cattle from Texas to California when Cochise and his band came upon them. The Apaches attacked, killing one of the men and stealing the cattle. One member of that group, named Scott, managed to escape and fled to Ft. Bowie to ask for help. Lieutenant William H. Winters and some 26 troopers left Bowie in pursuit of the Apaches, but before they reached the site they encountered another rider who told them of the attack on Stone and the mail coach. Winters had to decide which way to head. Finally, he declared, "I can't do anything for the dead, but I sure can do something for the living," and turned towards Dragoon Springs. Horrified by the carnage he found there, Winters took off after Cochise, who, he knew, was driving his stolen cattle toward Mexico. When Cochise saw Winters and his troopers in the distance, he realized he'd never outrun them and make it across the border, so he changed course and headed into Rucker Canyon. It is 129 years later and the Apaches with their small children are bunched together in rapt attention. In the 1860s, said Sweeney, motioning to the pastoral wonderland at his back, this was Cochise's principal stronghold. This hideaway is not the same as today's Cochise Stronghold campground. That's many miles to the west, in the Dragoon Mountains, and was where Cochise lived in old age. In 1869, Sweeney said, Cochise fled into this earlier stronghold between Red Rock and Turtle Mountain, above Rucker Canyon, and the Army followed. Lieutenant Winters was quickly joined by another contingent from Ft. Bowie, led by Capt. Reuben Bernard, but the whole battle was essentially a storm in a glass of water, doing very little to advance the cause of peace or understanding. Among the guests present to flesh out this picture for the Apaches in 1998 was a tall and articulate man from Tucson named Sandy Vandenberg. Sandy is more formally known as Hoyt S. Vandenberg Jr., a Major General in the Air Force before his retirement. Vandenberg Air Force Base in California is named for his father, who was also a general and had been Air Force Chief of Staff. Sandy, a West Point graduate, has a special interest in U.S. military history, and specifically in military strategy. The Apaches formed a caravan with their trucks and vans, following Vandenberg up a tortuous road to where the fighting had taken place on a cold and rainy afternoon more than 100 years earlier. The Apaches stood quietly, their faces concealing whatever they might have been feeling. I've been to this site at least 85 times, Vandenberg told them, trying to recreate a map of precisely what had happened in 1869. He said he found shell casings which told him the Indians were much better armed than anyone would have expected at the time. The soldiers had Spencer carbines and revolvers. Under normal circumstances, most Apaches carried bows and arrows and spears, but in this case some also carried weapons stolen from the victims in the mail coach massacre. These included single-shot Springfield rifles as well as 7-shot Spencer repeating carbines and at least one Henry 16-shot rifle. Vandenberg had found the evidence by walking the terrain where the battle occurred. The battle in Rucker was called the Campaign of the Rocky Mesa. 2 soldiers who tried to ascend the mesa in pursuit of the Apaches were killed immediately. Various attempts to ford the hill, even placing sharpshooters on a nearby hill and trying to lob shells on the Apaches, were fruitless. The Apaches suffered 18 casualties, according to Bernard's account, but Bernard's credibility, as we shall see, was questionable. Brief though the battle was, it was a miserable confrontation for all involved. It was cold, rainy, and the light was fading fast. In the skirmishes that followed over the next week or so, Apache scouts assisting the army and various Apache warriors were shouting to each other in their native language, the Indians inquiring about the possibility of coming to some kind of peaceful settlement, the army officers responding through the scouts that the Apaches had to put down their arms and come in before any talks could begin. Nothing was accomplished. Bernard, who, according to Vandenberg, clearly stayed with the horses while ordering his men to the dangerous battle on the hill above him, later recommended that 31 men be awarded the Medal of Honor. These are the men, Bernard wrote, who went up the Rocky Mesa with me. Hell, Vandenberg declared, he never went up the mesa. But Washington was a long way off, so who would know the difference? The medals were awarded. They constituted, said Bill Gillespie, an archaeologist with the Coronado National Forest, the most medals awarded at any single battle during the Indian Wars. As Vandenberg held forth, creating a vivid picture of the battle, Chiricahua Apache toddlers, no doubt distant descendants of some of the Indians who fought 129 years ago, sat on the ground gathering twigs. They stuck them in the ground like candles, and sang, "Happy Birthday." It was a bright morning in West Stronghold Canyon in the Dragoon Mountains near St. David. Some 24 hours had passed since the Chiricahua Apache visitors had left the battlefield at Rucker. There was a hint of excitement in the air as the Apaches approached the jumble of huge granite boulders, perhaps because they knew that in the idyllic settling Cochise was not only a fighter but a leader of community, someone with a family. Cansey said his grandfather remembered seeing Cochise when he was a child. Perhaps these modern Apaches remembered a description of Cochise left behind by an Army doctor, Anderson Nelson Ellis, who had been an eyewitness to a meeting in 1871 between Cochise and Gen. Gordon Granger. While he was talking, Ellis wrote of the 56-year-old Apache chief, "We had a fine opportunity to study this most remarkable man, his height, 5 feet 10 inches, in person lithe and wiry, every muscle being well-rounded and firm. A silver thread was now and then visible in his otherwise black hair, which he wore cut straight around his head about on a level with his chin. His countenance displayed great force." Cochise spoke through an interpreter. He spoke in his language to one of his warriors who also spoke Spanish. The warrior repeated the words in Spanish to a Spanish speaker in Gen. Granger's contingent, who then translated them into English for the general. Cochise declared, "When I was young, I walked all over this country, east and west, and saw no other people than the Apaches. After many summers I walked again and found another race of people had come to take it. How is it? Why is it that the Apaches wait to die, that they carry their lives on their fingernails? They roam over the hills and the plains and want the heavens to fall on them. The Apaches were once a great nation. They are now but a few, and because of this they want to die, and so carry their lives on their fingernails." Nobody present among the modern Chiricahua Apaches had heard those sad and lyrical words, and yet still there was a sense of wonder and wistfulness as they meandered into the thick tangle of boulders where Cochise had lived with his family and the warriors he commanded. At noon, Sweeney and Gillespie again faced the dozen Chiricahua Apaches in a clearing near the mouth of the canyon. It was on this spot, they said, that Cochise met with Gen. Oliver Otis Howard and agreed to make peace. Not only was it the same spot, it was the same day, October 12, only 126 years later. About a half hour earlier, as Kansi stood in a shallow cave that was covered with petroglyphs, he had paused in his speculations to remark, "I wonder what it all means. If only the rocks could talk." Now we are in the middle of other rocks where lions and snakes lie hidden, and for all we know, because no one knows, Cochise may lie buried, and the air is pregnant with possibilities. Standing in the group are a handful of Chiricahua Apaches who have heard stories about this place from their grandparents. Sitting next to one of the Apaches is 78-year-old Frank Sladen, who had grown up hearing another version of the same stories during final peace negotiations. His grandfather had been kept as a sort of hostage by Cochise for 13 days, an incident which increased his respect and admiration for the Apache leader he'd originally regarded as a bloodthirsty chief. Time may not heal all wounds, but it seems sometimes to have an uneasy leveling effect. In that particular spot on October 12, 1998, the progeny of the Indian Wars emerged from an abstraction as a handful of aging people looking for connections that might link the past with the present in some meaningful way. Kansi's words came to mind once again, resonant and full of wonder, "If only the rocks could talk."
A bit. That explains why they called it a stronghold. Evidently a particularly difficult place to take control of from somebody who already has it. Nice and green out here. Got the usual sagebrush, creosote kind of stuff, and then all of the surrounding land is green. Now in Arizona, about 49-degree temp locally. This is about 35 miles out from the New Mexico line. Just a little bit. quick little stop in Lordsburg to get the windshield cleaned. Seeing a lot of monarch butterflies yesterday. There's a whole bunch of them in Arizona, as well as Eastern California. Institute for Supply Management. That's an economic report they put out monthly. There's a JCT coming the other way, by the way. 3602 Alpha, Silver Freightliner. NMI is non-manufacturing index. Basically, it's services. Somebody pull that up just to take get an idea what kind of numbers that came up with. Sean, you got your coronavirus check?
ISM Report, March 2020 Non-Manufacturing ISM Report on Business. March 2020 Non-Manufacturing ISM Report on Business. Choose a section. Non-Manufacturing Index Summaries, New Orders, Production, Employment, Supplier Deliveries, Inventories, Customers, Inventories, Prices, Backlog of Orders, New Export Orders, Imports, Buying Policy, Standard Language. NMI at 52.5%. Business Activity Index at 48.0%. New Orders Index at 52.9%.
That's not bad.
Employment Index at 47.0%. Supplier Deliveries Index at 62.1%. Tempe, Arizona, economic activity in the non-manufacturing sector grew in March for the 122nd consecutive month, say the nation's purchasing and supply executives in the latest non-manufacturing ISM report on business. Registered. The report was issued today by Anthony Nieves, CPSM, CPM, APP, CFPM, Chair of the Institute for Supply Management, ISM, Non-Manufacturing Business Survey Committee. The NMI registered 52.5%, 4.8 percentage points lower than the February reading of 57.3%. This represents continued growth in the non-manufacturing sector, at a slower rate.
Okay, let me stop that for a second. Let me explain that number a little bit here. Tell you that 52.5, what that basically means is that 52.5% of the companies in the services sector in the U.S. are reporting they still feel like they're growing. So on the manufacturing side, yeah, they did report a decline. They were barely flat before the coronavirus thing started up, and they're back in contraction territory. But services side, which is actually 2/3 of the U.S. economy, is still growing, is what this is telling me. Not growing strongly, but it is still growing. That's a good sign.
This represents continued growth in the non-manufacturing sector at a slower rate. The non-manufacturing business activity index decreased to 48%, 9.8 percentage points lower than the February reading of 57.8%, reflecting contraction for the first time since July 2009, when the index registered 47.2%. The new orders index registered 52.9%, 10.2 percentage points below the reading of 63.1% in February.
So demand is still growing.
The employment index decreased 8.6 percentage points to 47% from the February reading of 55.6%. The supplier deliveries index registered 62.1%, up 9.7 percentage points from the February reading of 52.4%, and limited the decrease in the composite NMI. The Supplier Deliveries Index is one of 4 equally weighted subindexes that directly factor into the NMI, along with business activity, new orders and employment. Supplier Deliveries is the only ISM report on Business Index that is inverse. A reading of above 50% indicates slower deliveries, which is typical as the economy improves and customer demand increases. However, the high percentage point increase in March, the largest monthly change since an 18.5-point decrease in September 1997, was primarily a product of supply problems related to the coronavirus, COVID-19. The prices index of 50% is 0.8 percentage point lower than the February reading of 50.8%, indicating that prices were unchanged in March. According to the NMI, 9 non-manufacturing industries reported growth. The non-manufacturing sector composite index indicates growth in March. However, the extreme slowing of supplier deliveries weighted heavily in the calculation. The other 3 subindexes that contribute to the NMI contracted strongly in March. Respondents are concerned about the coronavirus impact on the supply chain, operational capacity, human resources and finances, as well as the ramifications for the overall economy. Industry performance. The 9 non-manufacturing industries reporting growth in March, listed in order, are healthcare, real estate, rental, public administration, utilities, finance, construction, management of companies, wholesale trade, and information. The 7 industries reporting a decrease in March, listed in order, are arts, entertainment, transportation, professional, scientific, mining, other services, retail, trade, and educational services. What respondents are saying. Significant shortages of personal protective equipment, PPE, chemical reagents, test swabs and other basic medical supplies persist. Extreme sourcing measures are required to procure necessary supplies for basic operations. Distributor allocations continue across the board. Healthcare and social assistance. Severe impact to operations as a result of COVID-19. Major challenges in obtaining needed supplies for first responders, including N95 masks, gowns, disinfecting products and medical supplies. As a local government, we are experiencing a significant increase in activity due to emergency response efforts. Starting to experience inappropriate price increases for short supply items. Public administration. Significant demand disruption caused by the coronavirus. Accommodation and food services. The coronavirus is having an impact, but not as much as we thought it would at this point. All sectors are staying busy. Although there are many customer concerns, we are finding workarounds and adapting to the ever-changing situation. Construction. COVID-19 shelter-in-place order in effect. Offices closed except for essential personnel. Educational services. Like most businesses, we cannot fully project how the coronavirus will impact us. By displaying prudence and avoiding panic, we are trying to navigate this crisis. As human capital is our greatest expense, protecting that capital is job one. Supply chains are overstressed and will normalize only when the panic subsides. Information. COVID-19 has greatly impacted daily operations. All staff personnel are telecommuting, and customer concerns have shifted from normal activities to preventative measures. Management of companies and support services. We are experiencing no real issues from a business perspective, although COVID-19 has forced us to reconsider elements of how our workforce gets things done. Mining. As expected for many industries, whether manufacturing or non-manufacturing, purchasing has slowed as we evaluate the economic climate and prepare for long-term effects. Retail trade. The coronavirus is affecting every aspect of business. Real estate, rental and leasing. ISM non-manufacturing survey results at a glance comparison of ISM non-manufacturing and ISM manufacturing surveys asterisk. March 2020. Non-manufacturing. Manufacturing. Index. Series Index MAR. Series Index February. Percent point change. Direction. Rate of change. Trend asterisk asterisk months. Series Index MAR. Series Index February. Percent point change. NMI PMI.
That's how far this is the
52.5.
nearest,
57.3.
nearest dealer.
Minus 4.8. Growing. Slower. 122. 49.1. 50.1. Minus 1.0. Business activity, production. 48.0. 57.8. Minus 9.8. Contracting. From growing. 1. 47.7. 50.3. Minus 2.6. New orders. 52.9. 63.1. Minus 10.2. Growing. Slower. 128. 42.2. 49.8. Minus 7.6. Employment. 47.0. 55.6. Minus 8.6. Contracting. From growing. 1. 43.8. 46.9. Minus 3.1. Supplier deliveries. 62.1. 52.4. Plus 9.7. Slowing. Faster. 10.
Alright,
65.0.
phone's getting hot
57.3.
from the sun
Plus
directly on. I'm going to turn
7.7.
the display off.
Inventories. 41.5. 53.9. Minus 12.4. Contracting. From growing. 1. 46.9. 46.5. Plus 0.4. Prices. 50.0. 50.8. Minus
Prices are flat.
0.8. Unchanged. From increasing. 1. 37.4. 45.9. Minus 8.5. Backlog of orders. 55.0. 53.2. Plus 1.8. Growing. Faster. 2. 45.9. 50.3. Minus 4.4. New export orders. 45.9. 55.6. Minus 9.7. Contracting. From growing. 1. 46.6. 51.2. Minus 4.6. Imports. 40.2. 52.6. Minus 12.4. Contracting. From growing. 1. 42.1. 42.6. Minus 0.5. Inventory sentiment. 47.8. 59.3. Minus 11.5. Too low. From too high. 1. NA. 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 Customers inventories. NA. 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 43.4. 41.8. Plus 1.6. Overall economy. Growing. Slower. 128. Non-manufacturing sector. Growing. Slower. 122. Asterisk non-manufacturing ISM report on business data is seasonally adjusted for the business activity, new orders, prices and employment indexes. Manufacturing ISM report on business data is seasonally adjusted for new orders, production, asterisk number of months moving in current direction. Commodities reported up, down in price and in short supply. Commodities up in price. Cleaning products, gloves, hand sanitizer, labor 3, lumber, medical supplies 2, oriented strand board, OSB, personal protective equipment PPE 2, PPE, masks, and surgical gowns. Commodities down in price. Diesel fuel 3, fuel, gasoline 2, and steel products. Commodities in short supply. Cleaning products, cleaning supplies, construction contractors 5, construction subcontractors 27, disinfectants, hand sanitizer, labor, temporary 9, medical supplies 2, N95 respirators, paper products, personal protective equipment PPE 2, PPE, coveralls PPE, masks, surgical masks 2, and toilet paper. Note the number of consecutive months the commodity is listed as indicated after each item. March 2020 Non-Manufacturing Index Summaries. NMI. Arrow _ drop _ up top. In March, the NMI registered 52.5%, 4.8 percentage points lower than February's figure of 57.3% and the lowest reading since August 2016, when the index was at 52.3%. The non-manufacturing sector grew for the 122nd consecutive month. A reading above 50% indicates the non-manufacturing sector economy is generally expanding, below 50% indicates the non-manufacturing sector is generally contracting. An NMI above 48.5% over time generally indicates an expansion of the overall economy. Therefore, the March NMI indicates growth for the 128th consecutive month in the overall economy and expansion in the non-manufacturing sector for the 122nd consecutive month. Nieves says, the past relationship between the NMI and the overall economy indicates that the NMI for March 52.5% corresponds to a 1.4% increase in real gross domestic product (GDP) on an annualized basis. NMI history. Month. NMI. March 2020. 52.5. Feb 2020. 57.3. Jan 2020. 55.5. Dec 2019. 54.9. November 2019. 53.9. October 2019. 54.4. Month. NMI. Sep 2019. 53.5. August 2019. 56.0. June 2019. 54.8. Jan 2019. 55.4. May 2019. 56.3. April 2019. 55.7. Average for 12 months 55.0. High 57.3. Low 52.5. Business activity. Arrow _ drop _ up top. ISM's Business Activity Index registered 48% in March, a decrease of 9.8 percentage points from the February reading of 57.8%. This represents contraction after 127 consecutive months of growth. This is the lowest reading since July 2009, when the index registered 47.2%. 5 industries reported increased business activity. Comments from respondents include postponing major events and cutting travel, and reducing operations to essential services only. The 5 industries reporting growth of business activity in March are healthcare, accommodation, construction, public administration, and finance and insurance. The 9 industries reporting a decrease in business activity for the month of March, listed in order, are arts, entertainment, mining, other services, educational services, retail trade, professional, scientific, transportation, wholesale trade, and information. Business activity. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. March 2020. 26.3. 43.1. 30.6. 48.0. Feb 2020. 34.0. 56.7. 9.2. 57.8. Jan 2020. 29.7. 53.0. 17.3. 60.9. Dec 2019. 27. 52. 21. 57.0. New orders. Arrow _ drop _ up top. ISM's non-manufacturing new orders index registered 52.9%, a decrease of 10.2 percentage points from the February reading of 63.1%. New orders expanded for the 128th consecutive month. Comments from respondents include, the uncertainty has put all new business processes on hold, and new orders are significantly lower due to COVID-19, but spending for financial tax projects remains slightly higher due to tax season. The 5 industries reporting growth of new orders in March are real estate, rental health care accommodation, public administration, and construction. The 9 industries reporting contraction in March, listed in order, are other services, arts, entertainment, retail trade, educational services, professional, scientific, wholesale trade, mining, management of companies and information. New orders. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. March 2020. 30.4.
Good price,
45.6. 23.9. 52.9. Feb 2020. 39.6. 52.3. 8.0. 63.1. Jan 2020. 26.2. 51.2. 22.7. 56.2. Dec 2019. 25. 55. 20. 55.3. Employment. Arrow underscore drop underscore up top. Employment activity in the non-manufacturing sector contracted in March after 72 consecutive months of growth. ISM's non-manufacturing employment index registered 47%, down 8.6 percentage points from the February reading of 55.6%. This is the lowest reading since February 2010, when the index registered 46.7%. 2 industries reported increased employment, and 10 industries reported decreased employment. Comments from respondents include, layoffs due to virus and decrease in revenue, and most employees have been asked to telecommute. There is a hiring freeze until everyone returns to the office. The 2 industries reporting an increase in employment in March are finance and healthcare and social assistance. The 10 industries reporting a reduction in employment in March, listed in order, are transportation, accommodation, arts, entertainment, construction, mining, other services, professional, scientific, educational services, utilities, and information. 6 industries reported no change in employment in March compared to February. Employment. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. March 2020. 8.9. 76.3. 14.7. 47.0. Feb 2020. 20.2. 67.5. 12.3. 55.6. Jan 2020. 16.9. 69.4. 13.7. 53.1. Dec 2019. 21. 67. 12. 54.8. Supplier deliveries. Arrow underscore drop underscore up top. The supplier deliveries index registered 62.1%, which is 9.7 percentage points higher than the 52.4% reported in February.
Less than 10 miles from
This is the highest reading since August 1997, when the index registered 71.5%. A reading above 50% indicates slower deliveries, while a reading below 50% indicates faster deliveries. Comments from respondents include, supplier capacity and shipping has been slowed due to the coronavirus, and global supply chain disruptions caused by COVID-19 concerns and the number of manufacturers reliant upon China for raw materials, parts and components. The 14 industries reporting slower deliveries in March, listed in order, are other services, educational services, healthcare, utilities, wholesale trade, management of companies, public administration, retail trade, mining, transportation, information, construction, professional, scientific and finance and insurance. No industry reported faster deliveries in March. Supplier deliveries. Percent slower. Percent same. Percent faster. Index. March 2020. 31.3. 61.6. 7.1. 62.1. Feb 2020. 10.4. 84.0. 5.6. 52.4. Jan 2020. 11.3. 80.9. 7.8. 51.7. Dec 2019. 9. 87. 4. 52.5. Inventories. Arrow underscore drop underscore up top. The inventory index contracted in March, registering 41.5%, a 12.4 percentage point decrease from the 53.9% reported in February. Of the total respondents in March, 44.1% indicated they do not have inventories or do not measure them. Comments from respondents include, inventories negatively impacted by finished goods from China, and trying to get as much as we can to get us through the coronavirus. The 5 industries reporting an increase in inventories in March are accommodation, agriculture, forestry, fishing, healthcare, finance, and utilities. The 11 industries reporting a decrease in inventories in March, listed in order, are arts, entertainment, real estate, rental, transportation, mining, information, educational services, retail trade, wholesale trade, other services, management of companies, and construction. Inventories. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. March 2020. 20.2. 42.8. 37.1. 41.5. Feb 2020. 21.6. 64.6. 13.8. 53.9. Jan 2020. 19.8. 53.5. 26.8. 46.5. Dec 2019. 22. 58. 20. 51.0. Prices. Arrow_drop_ up top. Prices paid by non-manufacturing organizations for materials and services remained unchanged in March, with the index registering 50%. This is 0.8 percentage point lower than the 50.8 that was reported in February. The 6 non-manufacturing industries that reported an increase in prices paid during the month of March, listed in order, are healthcare, finance, public administration, construction, other services, and utilities. The 6 industries that reported a decrease in prices in March, listed in order, are accommodation, agriculture, forestry, fishing, arts, entertainment, mining, transportation, and wholesale trade. 6 industries reported no change in prices in March. Prices. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. March 2020. 18.0. 67.9. 14.1. 50.0. Feb 2020. 11.1. 80.4. 8.5. 50.8. Jan 2020. 15.6. 79.7. 4.7. 55.5. Dec 2019. 16. 79. 5. 59.3. Note: commodities reported as up in price and down in price are listed in the commodities section of this report. Backlog of orders. Arrow_drop_ up top. ISM's non-manufacturing backlog of orders index grew in March for the second consecutive month. The index registered 55%, 1.8 percentage points higher than the 53.2% reported in February. This is the highest reading since June 2019, 56%. Of the total respondents in March, 42.9% indicated they do not measure backlog of orders. The 6 industries reporting an increase in order backlogs in March, listed in order, are healthcare, retail trade, transportation, public administration, management of companies, and wholesale trade. The 7 industries that reported a decrease in backlogs in March, listed in order, are accommodation, agriculture, forestry, fishing, other services, mining, construction, professional, scientific, and utilities. Backlog of orders. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. March 2020. 22.5. 65.1. 12.4. 55.0. Feb 2020. 21.0. 64.3. 14.7. 53.2. Jan 2020. 12.7. 65.7. 21.7. 45.5. Dec 2019. 11. 73. 16. 47.5. New export orders. Arrow_drop_ up top. Orders and requests for services and other non-manufacturing activities to be provided outside of the U.S. by domestically based companies contracted in March. The new export orders index registered 45.9% in March, which is 9.7 percentage points lower than the 55.6% reported in February. This is the lowest reading since January 2016, when the index registered 45.5%. Of the total respondents in March, 73% indicated they either do not perform or do not separately measure orders for work outside of the U.S. The three industries reporting an increase in new export orders in March are agriculture, forestry, fishing, healthcare, and finance and insurance. The 10 industries that reported a decrease in exports in March, listed in order, are utilities, educational services, accommodation, other services, professional, scientific management of companies, mining, transportation, wholesale trade, and information. New export orders. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. Mar 2020. 7.8. 76.3. 15.9. 45.9.
Right now.
Feb 2020. 21.1. 69.0. 9.9. 55.6. Jan 2020. 8.4. 83.4. 8.2. 50.1. Dec 2019. 10. 82. 8. 51.0. Imports. Arrow underscore drop underscore up top. The imports index contracted for the fifth time in the past 7 months, as the index registered 40.2% in March, 12.4 percentage points lower than February's figure of 52.6%. This is the lowest reading since March 2009, 37%. 67% of respondents reported that they do not use or do not track the use of imported materials. The three industries reporting an increase in imports for the month of March are utilities, educational services, and management of companies and support services. The 9 industries that reported a decrease in imports in March, listed in order, are accommodation, mining, real estate, rental, other services, construction, wholesale trade, information, professional, scientific, and retail trade. 6 industries reported no change in imports in March as compared to February. Imports. Percent higher. Percent same. Percent lower. Index. Mar 2020. 5.2. 69.9. 24.9. 40.2. Feb 2020. 13.0. 79.0. 7.9. 52.6. Jan 2020. 17.2. 75.8. 7.0. 55.1. Dec 2019. 11. 74. 15. 48.0. Inventory sentiment. Arrow underscore drop underscore up top. The ISM non-manufacturing inventory sentiment index in March registered 47.8%, which is 11.5 percentage points lower than the 59.3% reading in February and ends 272 consecutive months of expansion. This indicates that respondents believe their inventories are too low. The below 50 reading is the first for this subindex since the debut of the non-manufacturing ISM report on business in 1997. The 5 industries reporting sentiment that their inventories were too high in March are arts, entertainment, finance, wholesale, rental, transportation, public administration, educational services, healthcare, management of companies, construction, and information. Inventory sentiment. Percent too high. Percent about right. Percent too country.
Too much of the voice tends to make me a little groggy, so I gotta take a break from that. So I like to listen to that kind of stuff, but there's kind of a limit on it, I guess, before I need to stop and give my ears a break because I start to get what's called noise fatigue. So you get noise fatigue with anything, even music, but most people aren't aware of that. phone's still too warm. It'll probably remain that way, or a pain in the butt like that, until the sun gets overhead. Right now I still got the sun kind of shining directly at the phone, which is what's causing that. Truck parking. That's the interstate. Clean my windshield. Doesn't seem to be much of a problem with bugs right now, but there sure were yesterday. COVID-19. Did you hear about the aircraft carrier captain? Basically pointed out that that a lot of his crew was suffering from COVID-19. And he's basically asking higher ups for support. And of course, they removed him of his command. And I have a cousin who has no military experience. Facebook had asked, that was an inquisitive question, more about like why would they do that? You know, just trying to understand it more. So I let her know the reason for that is because, if he's the captain in command of the ship, he's an 06 in charge of an aircraft carrier. And aircraft carriers are the most critical parts of a Navy fleet. He's supposed to be able to figure out how to deal with a problem like that, or more covertly discuss it with his higher headquarters people, like a fleet admiral or whoever. I don't know the Navy chain of command too well, so I assume that an aircraft carrier captain would fall underneath a fleet admiral or something. But it should have been a private discussion between him and the fleet admiral. Hey, I have this problem. I have this idea, but I want to get your inputs on what do you think of this or that, or do you have a better idea on something? Something along that line that doesn't get out to the public. What happens when it gets public like it did is now our enemies know that there's an aircraft carrier out there with a whole bunch of people on board who are probably not in a good position to do their job. Which makes that aircraft carrier vulnerable to national security threat now. You might as well be giving out classified information if at that rate. So that is why I think the captain got relieved of his command. There's just no reason at all it should have ever been made public. Shitty situation for him to be in, but really it should have never been made public, and it makes me wonder how it became public. Maybe somebody else on board the ship blabbed and got the word out, but then if that's the case, he didn't do a good enough job of admonishing everybody on his crew not to talk about it. And warn them that there's going to be very bad repercussions if anybody's found doing so. The ship is now in port and has over 3,000 tailwatt. Over 3,000, that's it on an aircraft carrier? I thought usually it's like twice as many people as that. Media does like to keep up with what's going on, but it still brings up the quick because they don't spend time on that ship. So somebody told the media. Now the question is who and why. Was it the commander himself, or the captain himself, or was somebody else in? Just getting into Lordsburg, New Mexico already. I got dropping down at 65. Got a way station coming up soon. Get the way station right before we get to the pilot. 5,000. Yeah, I think I've heard of aircraft carriers having like 6,000 or 7,000 people on board. Of course, maybe it depends on on which aircraft carrier it is and what class it is. I do know that Navy ships, including aircraft carriers, the class goes by. It's named after whatever the flagship or first ship is of that particular series. So with a certain design, so it might be a certain size and shape and all that. But the first ship with that particular size and shape, design, whatever, is what you call the flagship. And that's also the one that the class of, let's say, a class of aircraft carriers would be named after. Yeah, the Theodore Roosevelt. Now, what is that? Is that a Nimitz class carrier, or is that something else? I think Nimitz is a class. I know that USS Nimitz is also an aircraft carrier because I've personally done work with their pilots before. But I want to say the Nimitz is also the fleet ship. The flagship. I got green light, so I don't have to worry about going into the way station. What that means is that the Theodore Roosevelt looks just like the USS Nimitz, but the Nimitz is the first carrier with that structure. I mean, with that design. CVN 71. Alright, yeah. Who's this? 4288. Yeah, so on the Theodore Roosevelt, you're going to see a big number 71 on it. It'll look just like the Nimitz, but it'll have like a 71. And then the Nimitz itself is what? CVN 70 or something? I'm not even sure. Some stuff about Navy assets and Navy, but not a lot. They have a seriously strange ring structure, and when even with their rings, they call themselves different things, and it's all Greek to me. CVN 74 is the John Stennis, alright. What's the Nimitz's number? Is that 70 or 67 or something like that? I can't remember. Heard it before, I just don't know.
A new message has arrived.
Yeah, I know. New Mexico's an aggressive enforcer of speeding. Blah, blah, blah. like nobody on the off-ramp. Gotta yield to off-ramp traffic over here, so... I tend to like to come over here to pilot over Flying J. I'll do them both, but I'm going to do pilot this time. Usually if I'm hungry, I'm more likely to come here because I sometimes got to be in the right mood for Denny's. I'm not going to eat it all this time, but just kind of my rhyme and reason to how I do things sometimes. Okay, so Nimitz is 70. That's what I thought. So then the Theodore Roosevelt was the one that was built right after Nimitz. There's a purple tractor there for Lisa. I saw it on when I was still on the freeway. Be here too long. But I just want to get my clean my windshield. Off duty.
You have 4 hours and 33 minutes of remaining drive time.
I've already done 215. Yeah, I guess I have. Nimitz is 75. Okay, 70 Stronghold Vincent. Might as well get all of my trash out of here so I don't have to worry about constantly taking the bag out. Drive-through is slow, McDonald's. if Nimitz is 75, then I'm not understanding how carriers with lower CVN numbers are Nimitz class. Why would Nimitz be the flagship? So that's what I'm not understanding. Let me run in and use the restroom real quick and maybe get a refill. snap with the wolf. What? CVN 73 is George Washington. Sean gonna eat a quad Whopper cheese every day this month. Damn. That's some big boy food. Way too much burger from this boy to handle. Since I'm here anyway, toss this. Less crap on my truck. I like that. I like it that way. They're going to the Bush series. I missed the Wolf Burgers cart in Iraq. I think it was Camel Burgers. Burger King sandwich, Wendy's Frosty, McDonald's fries by menu. Yeah, Wendy's I like to get Frosties also. Might get a Frosty at Wendy's in Anthony when I stop at the Pilot there. Do drop in eggs, you could drink coffee, you could eat. Or just put the egg in the coffee. That's kind of weird, Carl. Alright, let's get out of here. It's about
A new message has arrived.
right at about a 2-hour drive from here to Anthony. I'm at the 24-mile marker, I think it is, and it's 164 across, so it's right at 140 miles.
Message 1 of 4. Received today. At 8:06 a.m. the following is the list of trips received to be paid next week. 1, 7, 8, 6, 3, 6, 6. Ball sign 17 trip sheet 1 rush receipt 1. 1, 7, 8, 6, 4, 9, 7. Ball sign 4 trip sheet 1 rush receipt 1 if you have sent a trip not listed above. Please contact driver settlements today. 918 full stop 216 full stop 4200.
Okay, so I got 2 trips paying next week. That's what it's telling me. I think it'll be a little less than $2,000. Okay, up here to get back on eastbound 10, there are 2 ramps I can use. One's a right turn cloverleaf ramp, and the other one's a left turn diamond style ramp. I'm gonna go for the cloverleaf this time. The diamond is a little bit faster. However, there's no acceleration lane space. I'm gonna show you that here in a second. So it's kind of like hit and miss. I know the left side is faster from experience, but I mean, from watching another truck get on the cloverleaf right before I get on the left, actually the truck was getting on the cloverleaf in front of me. I went up the road and made the left. I ended up getting to the end of the ramp before he got to me, but there's no acceleration room space ramp, no acceleration lane space there to work with over there. So there's a trade-off if you go that way in a truck. Alright, looks like it's all clear after this truck goes by. This lane needs some help. Not much of anything for acceleration lane here either, though. So really, can't avoid that regardless.
Attention, a new important message has arrived. Message 1 of 5. Important received today at 8:09 a.m. JCT drivers. Good morning, team. With most of the country shut down and the surge from last month's stock up buying However, tonnage has fallen in multiple regions. Fortunately, we still have ample freight to keep you loaded and rolling during these challenging times, and will do so even if we have to move you empty. The large grocery networks are jammed with product and understaffed, which is causing some additional delays, but for the most part our customer base is busy. Keep in mind that maintaining our nation's food supply chain is an extremely critical function to preserve right now, and without your hard work and dedication we would not be able to do that. Stay safe, stay strong, and God bless. JCTMGMT.
It doesn't surprise me. That's one of the reasons why I chose the reefer industry when I got into trucking. Because I know that reefer industry is a more economically insensitive industry within trucking. People need their food, no ifs, ands, or buts. You can't live without food. It becomes more an issue, or are we doing more grocery store DC deliveries, or are we doing more restaurants or whatever? When the country is flourishing, we're going to do more restaurant loads. Restaurants, and then more prepared foods that go to grocery stores. During periods of economic weakness, the restaurants go down, and then the demand at grocery stores goes up, and there's not so many prepared foods either. Sometimes it's more often going to be more raw stuff. Humans are not going to be hostile to them. They're going to be more okay with being around humans. Even rats and mice that you might find at your house. Kind of the same thing there. Trying to read you first and get they're naturally skittish, but once they realize what they can and can't do with safety or safely, whatever, they adjust. They're pretty smart animals. First encounter with a camel spider. Thing ran across my shadow straight to toe of boot and attacked. Yeah, we have those kind of spiders. We call them sun spiders in California. But they're basically the same thing. They're not even actually a spider. They are an arachnid, but they're more of a kind of a cross between a scorpion and a spider in a way. They don't have a tail like a scorpion has, but they have what do they call them? Chelicerae or whatever they're called. So they have of them that, that's part of their appendages.
A new message has arrived.
And yeah, you're right. Sun spiders, they don't screw around. I got another JCT coming this way. 3877. It sounds familiar. Do I know that person? I think I might. Yeah, I've kind of messed with them at my house sometimes. Like I'll kind of provoke one like with either with my foot or whatever, and all it'll do is like if I hit it from behind, like just tap it, those things will just turn around and look at you and wait, like, hey, don't mess with me, fucker. Black scorpions. Yeah, shit, my phone's getting hot again. So I'm gonna have to turn the display off again. So that black scorpion comment's the last thing I'm gonna be able to see for a bit. I remember one time I was in Italy. It was time for me to rotate back here to Tucson, and I flew commercial that particular time. And when the guy, one of the flight, I can't remember if it was a pilot or someone from the operations side of the squadron. I don't remember who it was, but they were tasked to give me a ride to the airport, to Marco Polo Airport in Venice. And on the way there, he had a jar with a black scorpion in it. And he was showing me, and I'm like, man, that's the biggest scorpion I've ever seen. And I'm looking at it like, that's the biggest scorpion you've ever seen? That thing is tiny. It's like, that thing's nowhere near as big as the scorpions I'm used to seeing out in the desert in Barstow and Victorville. I mean, the scorpions out there are usually like a kind of red and tan kind of looking appearance. And they're from front to back, they're at least a few inches long, easily, if not more. This black scorpion that he had looked like it was only maybe an inch and a half at most. It was small, and I was just kind of laughing. That thing is tiny, eh? How do you call that thing big? It's small. It's like, come to my neck of the woods. I'll take you scorpion hunting sometime, and I'll show you what a real scorpion looks like. Now, how many of you guys have seen a tarantula hawk wasp? We get those a lot when I was in Barstow. I don't really see them. Maybe I just don't notice, but I don't see them a hell of a lot in Victorville, but I would see them a lot in Barstow. And they call them a tarantula hawk wasp for exactly that reason. It's a wasp that kills tarantulas. And tarantulas are a pretty big spider if you know anything about those. Yeah, what they'll do though is they'll attack the tarantula, and they'll basically paralyze it with their venom, and then they can actually drag the tarantula into the tarantula's own home. And what they do is they lay their eggs and they inject their eggs inside the tarantula's body while the tarantula is still alive. And then once the larvae hatch, the larvae feed on the inside of the tarantula while the tarantula is still alive until they basically kill it. And the wasp itself is pretty big. It's got a good, at least a couple inches long, and it has a kind of metallic blue body with orange huge. They got one of the worst stings in the world, too.
Message 1 of 6. Received today at 8:15 a.m. Hi. Your direct for Temple is set F405 at 0630 a.m. CF 1945835 Thank YHOW.
Alright, so I got a 0630 appointment time on the 5th. Means I have even more time to work with than I was expecting. So I'm probably going to be in Temple around 10 or so tomorrow morning. So it means I'm going to be there a good 20 hours before my appointment time. On that train derailment cleanup that's been there forever. It's been there for a long time, over a year, I know that. Never did figure out why it derailed at all. I was guessing maybe strong winds or something, or maybe there was a track problem, because there were a lot of cars involved. So maybe it might have been a track problem. Track problem on a train that was moving at a pretty good speed. Oh come on! I just washed my windshield. I got a bunch of little mosquito shit or whatever the hell it is all over my windshield. It's even closer than that. It's right here in the Sipar area. see the mess pretty shortly. I think just within the next few miles. I want to say it's around the 45, 46 mile marker. Coming up. Yeah, it is. I can see off to the left around my 11 o'clock or so position, 10:30, 11. I can see the rail cars all over there. What's happening? Morning. What are you doing? Me too. 4:30, 5 o'clock. That's what? Oh yeah, 'cause you're on your way to Cali, aren't you? Carson, wasn't it? Uh, and it was, when do you deliver? Oh, okay. Damn. Saturday. Where are you at now? And it's not due till Saturday? Damn. Shit, they're gonna maybe let you drop or something? Who we got here? 4162 Alpha. Wait, today's Friday or Thursday? Okay. Um, yeah, all I remembered is what day of the month it is. That's it. Didn't even really care about the day of the week. I figured, yeah, I thought it was something funny when I was getting my trips paying next week message because it usually comes in on a Friday, and I was like, kept thinking it was Thursday. What they do? Get all this derailment mess cleaned up finally? All these cars are upright. You know now, I-10, Separ, New Mexico. You know, east of Lordsburg. You remember that area where there was the train derailment? Yeah, on I-10, east of Lordsburg, around the 45, 46 mile marker. Yeah, that mess had been there for over a year, and looked like they finally got it all cleaned up. The only trains, the rail cars I see there are all upright and sitting on tracks. No, not yet. Is he down here? What's that? Really? Ah, I'll have to ask him where he was at then. I was at TA. I know Matt Mosley was coming through there during. He was gonna. I think he was gonna do his 30-minute break in Eloy, but he was talking about doing it at the Flying J or Pilot. I'm gonna have to give Daryl some shit. Dude, you didn't tell me you were in town. I almost decided to stop at Flying J too, and then I was like, no, I'll stop at TA. Yeah, would have been if I'd known that he was there. Share some of my COVID-19 cuties with him, and he can share his with me. Yeah, stupid. They got I guess the city ordinance now making it mandatory. You got to have your mouth, your mouth and nose, whatever, covered up. Yeah, it's like can't just. Okay, well, what if I get a load going there and I can't find any face masks? Because they're in short supply right now. How about I get a hat and just put it all over my face and then just walk around with it where the bill's pointing up and I just can't see anything. Just uh, we got here 3618. That's another familiar number. 3618 Bravo. I know that number. Who the hell is that? I can't look it up because my phone's. Oh, maybe it might be cool now. My phone's red light is on, so it means it might be cold. Yeah, when I stream, when I get the sun facing at me, it tends to run hot, and when it runs hot, the display dims on me. Yep, it's up. I can look both of them up. They're 3877. That's one I saw, and I swear that's somebody I know. We'll get through this rough road here and take a look. I can also look up 3618. Damn many freaking mosquitoes. Okay, so I had a bunch of monarch butterflies to deal with yesterday, trashing up my windshield. And then from Eloy to here, to Lordsburg, had no problems. But then yeah, and I stopped in Lordsburg to clean my windshield. That was really it. And I couldn't even get 20 miles before I go through a whole bunch of mosquitoes or something, and now I got little tiny bug guts all over my windshield again. Right? All right, I don't know who's in 3618B, but I've seen it before. Let's look at 3877. I've seen that one before as well, but don't know who it is. All right, so never mind, I don't know them. What's that? Which route? 10 to 190. Good question. I've never been that way. I know other people. I know like Andy Higgins likes to go that way, and then Mark Nancro, which actually I talked to him. I can always ask him because he lives in because Mark lives in Colleen area, so he knows that area.
It has a steep hill. Where about? Just a few. Oh, okay. So relatively close to 10. Okay. Well, works for me. Yeah, it kind of. It sounds like it's. And it kind of reminds me of what's that? 82. Down from going from Lubbock, taking 82 over to 114, and then 114 to 199. Do you ever go that way to the drop yard? Yeah, I did that once. It was like 300 miles or so of mostly nothingness. Not a place I'd want to go if I had to stop anywhere in the middle of there, because there's just nothing there to stop at. But yeah, it's not a bad route if you want to be away from all the traffic and just have hardly anything to slow you down. An occasional town, but not, yeah, not even much there either. Yeah, maybe try that out sometime. 82 east to 114 east, and then when you get to 199, you take that south into Blue Mound or whatever that town is over there west near Blue Mound, and get on 820, and then take 820 east back over to Blue Mound Road to get over the yard. Or that town is there off 199. That can be a little annoying, but yeah, it was a good overall route. There's less there to slow you down than if you take 287 and deal with all them towns there. Yeah, me too. I don't mind going that way, but it does slow you down. I don't think it's too bad though. It's like, okay, you got what, Clarendon, Childress. Why is that? Yeah, not to mention the pilot's right next door to it too. Yeah, I sometimes park at that Walmart as well. Yeah, that was a nice convenience like that. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna get some just so I can deny somebody else getting it. Yeah, that's true. Or when I give you that shit, yeah, the shitty shit paper. Yeah, yeah. So what you doing? You on your 30 or something over there? Ah, so I assume you're gonna end up shutting down in like Ontario or some crap today, and then go run it in the morning, or are you gonna go park on the street over there by PCC? Oh, did I lose you? Hello? Oh, sounds like it's gone quiet again. Hello? Hello? Yeah, you're breaking up. Hello? 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 Eh. Oh, got dropped. I knew it. Alright, so I was just informed that one of my friends was also in Eloy last night, but I don't think he was at the same truck stop. I only saw a white Timber JCT there when I left, and my friend Daryl is who it is. He drives a red Peterbilt, so I know it's not him. If he was in that same lot, I didn't notice him. But I do tend to look at all the trucks, unless they're in a row that I can't see or something. We'll have to ask him which way he's going. I think he's going west, but I don't know. Nice dark blue truck there, Schrock. A darker metallic blue kind of look, royal blue, whatever. Exit 62 gauge. Less than 10 miles from where the petrol, that's west of Deming is. And it's about what, 15 or so miles from Deming itself. What Daryl's doing. Hey, I heard a rumor you were in Eloy last night. What truck stop were you at? Yeah, that was me. I didn't know you were there. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, so you're going the same way I am then. Where are you shutting down today? Where? Ozona? Okay. Yeah, I won't be on I-10 that long because I'm going to Temple, so I'm gonna turn off on 190. Yeah. What, what, you're not. You're still in your Peterbilt, aren't you? Kenworth and yeah. The one easy way to tell mine is because I have that white fire stick antenna on my driver's mirror mount. If you see that, it's almost certain going to be me because I don't. Man, we hardly have any blue Peterbilts left anyway, and the ones that we do have. Yeah, I noticed that. When I was at the yard a few weeks ago, I saw blue Pete in the new hire lot. Damn. Oh, is that why they did that? Oh yeah, yeah. I had a couple of truck issues recently, but otherwise it's been fine. And yeah, and this engine, it's always coolant system. It seems it's never anything else except coolant and after treatment. Oh, yes, the filter. Oh, DPF filter. Okay. Oh, who's that? Everett. Okay. Yeah. Huh. And they're also using Packards on their pizza. Okay. Yeah, I haven't had any real problems with my after treatment system lately either. And I know it's fairly common where it'll auto regen while I'm driving. Yeah, and the only time I've ever had a manual regen mine is because I've idled the truck a lot when my APU had issues. So yeah, I tried. Yeah, it did I was able to shut mine off periodically, and then for some reason it'd get a little warm again, and then I'd run it for a bit again, and shut it off, and then it actually got cool later on, and Yeah, I didn't. Man, I think I woke up because I was watching. I fell asleep watching Hulu or Netflix or whatever the hell I was watching, and I woke up and there was some. I think it was no. I think I was watching Tacoma FD or something. I fell asleep watching it, whatever, and then there was a scene where there wasn't. I wouldn't have expected any kind of a knock on a door, and all of a sudden I wake up here someone knocking on the door, and I couldn't tell if they were knocking on my door or the next or something, and there's nobody next. Talked to him earlier yesterday, and he was talking about doing his 30-minute break in Eloy on the way west, and but he was talking about stopping at the Flying J. So, I don't know if he had changed his mind and ended up going to TA or not. Hmm. Oh, Golden State Foods. Oh, I've done that route before. Yeah, you picked up at the one there on 7th Street, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then it's going to like Orlando or something. Yeah, I did that. Did, oh, damn. Hey, you reminded me of something. Have you ever tried to shower at the Flying J in Emporia? Yeah. Okay. Because last time I, yeah. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, it is. It's too small. Only one way in and one way out. Then you have to go. It's always a pain in the ass trying to circle around that southwest corner of the lot. Yeah, the reason I asked because what was it? Yeah, about a month ago, whatever it was, maybe even not that long ago. I went through there and took a stop for a 30-minute break and a shower while I was on my way up to where the hell was I going? I don't even remember where I was going. I was going north. I just can't remember where to. But yeah, I stopped. I was on my way up to Batavia, Illinois, and I stopped there for a shower. And then I get in there, and like, man, I couldn't get any hot water out of it. I was trying every setting possible, and couldn't get anything more than like maybe lukewarm. And I was freezing my ass off in there. Like, and I'd like, I stopped here specifically for a shower, and I'm gonna get my shower. And like, if I have to just run in and out real quick of the water, and then do what I got to do away from the water, and then get in and out of it real quick to rinse off and get the hell out as fast as I can, and so be it. But oh yeah, and then I bitch about it to the manager too, and said, yeah, told him about it. Oh, we can give you a credit back if you want. Doesn't matter. I get shower power anyway. Yeah, it's like it doesn't do you any good to give me back a credit when I get free showers regardless. So I was like, it's just I told him yeah, but that experience makes me not ever want to shower here again. No, from on the fifth. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably stop in my day in Fort Stockton at Love's, and then I'll just run it straight in tomorrow morning, and maybe hang out at the Love's down the street from the DC, and I don't. But yeah, and I'm gonna get into recaps anyway. I started today with 12. What was that? Maybe a little over 12, not quite 12 and a half hours on my 70, and no recaps tonight. So, or wait, or no, I get six. I think I get 6 hours back tonight. So, and yeah, it'd be enough to get me to Temple, and then I'm gonna end up in recaps after that. Damn, 28 days. So you were at home in Virginia for 28 days, or you were out of? Oh, oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's pretty good miles. Yeah, that's how I am. I always get my meds refilled at the Vaughn's down. That's a couple miles from my house, and so I just always just get my meds refilled when I'm home. And so, so speaking, oh, okay, yeah, that works. We're now. You, now you mentioned Deming. Where are you at right now? Oh, okay, yeah, because I'm literally going through Deming right now. That's why I thought it was kind of funny you said that. Yeah, same here. I was gonna get rolling around quarter to one or so, but yeah, because I woke up early and then I was gonna hopefully get a little bit more rest before I got back up to drive. But when I woke up and it was time to didn't get moving. So, I still feel drag ass. I don't feel like moving, and I know I got plenty of time. I knew the earliest they were going to give me was 3 a.m. So I said to hell with it. I'm going to take a nap, snooze, maybe take an extra hour, wake up an hour. Yeah, wake up an hour later. I still felt like snoozing more, so I took another hour, and then oh yeah, I think I know. I think I know the place you're talking about. It's like across the freeway from where Love's is. Oh, hmm. I'll have to check that place out next time I'm out that way. Yeah, and then last time I had that load, that same route you're on, I remember I got down to the area like a day early or whatever, and then they told me I could go ahead and drop it in the drop yard, and then take an empty up to Umatia to pick up a Coca-Cola load, or no, not Coca-Cola, Florida Natural. Yeah, Natural, Florida Natural. Yeah, yeah. I remember when that load day had me pick up an Umatia. That one went to I think far west Utah. If I remember, wait, no, never mind. That one went to Monroe, Georgia. It was a little. Oh, oh, okay. So maybe get you one of those loads going up to Dayton, New Jersey, or something. Yeah, I've done a delivery to Dayton also. Yeah, the same exact place, Hilty Tools. I can't. Yeah, I'll have to check my records again. I can't remember if I picked it up in Florida somewhere or if I picked it up in Dallas. It was either Dallas or Florida. I can't remember where. Hmm. It was 4140. That number sounds familiar. Yeah, the black Kenworth just went by the other way. the FSC. Yep. Yeah, I just blow that stuff off as much as I can. I understand though, because I left the page for a little bit long. Yeah, remember not long after it first got created because I got sick and tired of people always whining about having to fix trailer problems. So just shut the hell up and do your damn job. Quit whining and blame and pointing fingers at other drivers. You don't even. Yeah. Oh, okay. And if you talk to that, yeah, but yeah, for an empty, trying to find I think a trailer where, and he couldn't figure out how to get under the move my truck out of the way, and I'm kind of rolling my eyes at how in the hell he did it. I went to drop my, I was going to see, I asked him, "Well, hey, where do you think a good spot is for, where should I drop this?" And I was going to put it in the corner right next to where he was dropping his trailer. And yeah, no, because there was another empty over there, and I guess it belongs to someone. It's not a JCT driver, but I guess it's somebody who actually, yeah, the one right next to the building. Yeah, so then I was gonna put my trailer in the corner there, right in front of that trailer, and right next to his. And he's like, you're not gonna be able to get your trailer in there. There's not enough room. Like, are you kidding me? There's all kinds of room here. I was like, yeah, I mean, freaking maneuver the trailer out in front of the spot, and there's plenty of room between where he was at and the drop trailers that are in the loaded row. So I was like, watch this, freaking blindside in, to get around the drop trailers. I mean the loaded trailers, and then I pointed out over toward the building, and then just rotate it right in, and it didn't even do a pull up. Just put it right in there. I'm like, yeah, exactly. It's not rocket science. Yeah. Yeah, and always are. Yeah, I usually see some of our bobtails parked there too. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then manage the fuel better, and you don't have a problem. No. Yep. Yeah. That's what I always tell people. Also, is that if you can't live on a let's say make your money that you do get paid last at least 2 or 3 weeks minimum, then it's probably not going to be a good place for you. It's like you gotta live if you can live within your budget yourself, or make sure, hey, this I'm getting paid this money. I need it to last 2 or 3 weeks before I run out. Then it's like you're saying, you'll do fine. But yeah, that's the problem. Too many people don't know how to budget, or yeah, yeah, and you shit. Oh, okay, yeah, 'cause I got on my spreadsheet where I keep track of my payments and where my estimated uh, remaining balances, and then I just overwrite the estimate with the actual balance when I get the statements that actually tell me that my actual balance, and it's usually in the right ballpark, and yeah, at the rate I'm going, I'll have mine paid off in early May 2022. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm at 73 or so, I think, somewhere around there. What was that again? Oh, okay. Yeah, where you can actually have the money to get it replaced, and yeah. Oh, yeah, that's probably not too bad. Probably like 150 a week or so. 1,200 a month for health. Yeah, when Obamacare passed, I had my yeah, I was still an aircraft mechanic, and I had what was that? It wasn't HMO, it was a PPO plan that I was on, and I was on a family plan PPO, when I was paying like I think 200 a week, or no, 20, by much. It just kind of went. All my HMO friends, they're oh, okay. Help from the government on what again? Oh, okay. That that's if you're using the Obamacare or your government provided insurance and not your employer's insurance. You're saying, right? Okay, yeah. Because I've never been insured through the no. No, I'm on my wife's insurance, so I don't pay for the insurance that they offer at JCT. Huh. You still there? Oh, I might be getting disconnected. What? Yeah, call got dropped. What the hell's going on with my phone? I can't. Got some weird display on there. I can't tell what it's saying. We must be going through a bad area, or maybe it's me. Down 3.34%. So in other words, stocks are down again now. I'm going to do about 610 of it on this shift. Wonder if 4140 was that guy who Cody was telling me about. The guy who high hooked his trailer and damaged his APU fan. Hey, what's up? Oh, okay. Where you at? 63 and Missouri. Oh, I'm trying to picture which route you're going up toward like Springfield or something. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way. Cause so you went up through Jonesboro and all that, right? Okay, yeah. That's not a bad route, but it's yeah the that part you just went through the mountains there and all that. That's the hard part about it. And when I did it last time, it was in the middle of the night and raining, so it was a little fun. 65 all the way up to 80. Or I-65 or US 65? Oh, okay. So yeah, it was gonna basically take you all the way up to Gary, Indiana, and then across. Yeah, the route you're going is a shorter route though, and aside from the aside from that mountain range you just went through, and you no longer have to deal with, that's the only area that I think really is that much of a slow spot. Um, if you're in Willow Springs, that's yeah, I wouldn't go all the way up to Iowa 80 area. It's you're like 70 miles or so from hitting I-49, if I remember right. You can hit you basically take Highway 7. Basically, what's that 62 or whatever it is over to Highway 7, and then get on get on I-49 right there in Harrisonville. The same exit we used to go to the Walmart DC there. That's the same exit you'd get back on. You'd get on I-49 from where you're at. And no, I wouldn't even go there. I'd go up to well, yeah, you can go up to 80, but to get there though, what I would do is take let's see, I'm trying to remember. You're already past Springfield, right? Or are you on? I can't remember. Okay. Yeah, which I think Willow Springs is where that like 62 and 60 or whatever the hell it is would meet up, if I remember right. Yeah, so just take it across over to US 65 and then go up 65 and let's see, up yeah up past Springfield, and then or I might be mixing it up. There's a Love's kind of yeah was kind of I know what it looks like on the map where it curves. So where it goes east and then it eventually and then it starts to curve to the south. Wherever that's at, there's a Love's. I remember I stopped at, and I thought it was Willow Springs, but maybe it's a different one. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I thought, and I'm getting a little mixed up. But I know one of the ways I went. I did go through Springfield, and I think I remember taking 65 up, and eventually, I know I somehow ended up on from because I went the other way. I know I took basically coming down from Kansas City. I took 49 down, and then when I got to Harrisonville, where the Walmart DC is. I got off the freeway at the same exit there and turned left instead of right, and that's Highway 7. And that would go, yeah, yeah, that would go across, and then I want to say it turns into US 62 or 60 or something along that line. Okay, yeah, and then it goes across, and then I remembered it curves down, like right over by Willow Springs. It curves down to the south and turns into something else. Maybe that's 63. Okay, yeah, and then I thought, or 'cause they end up on 65 going through Springfield. Yeah, exactly. Take 49 and then take I-29 up to Nebraska City and then Highway 2 over to Lincoln. did, did he ever get his oversized permits? Yeah, he was sitting because he was waiting on his permits to come in so he could actually move his load. Because he's got an overlength load, so he's yeah, so he can't move it until he gets his permits to get into the other state. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not everybody's gonna go the way you went, but I'm okay with it. It's just say you've already gotten through the biggest grind of it, which is going through those mountains in between Jonesboro and Springfield. Once you're past that, you'll be in better shape. Yeah. So here's another example how you know nice it can be to be here and then actually get to know other drivers. So I'm at the TA in Eloy, Arizona, over by Casa Grande. I didn't know until someone else called me and told me that somebody else I know who's also on Shay's board is was also in Eloy. Like, so did you and Daryl talk to each other? Uh, no, Daryl. Yeah, he's another driver for JCT. He's been with us for about 6, 7 years, something like that. Yeah, and he's on Shay's board, and so I called him. I called Daryl up and talked to him, and it's like, hey, I heard a rumor you were in Eloy. As there's a mutual friend who's also on Shay's board told me that Facebook was showing him that both me and Daryl were both in Eloy. But yeah, I thought maybe he might have been over flying Shay or something. So I called him up, and because when I woke up and got ready to get rolling, I only saw one other JCT truck there, and I knew for sure it was not Daryl's because Daryl drives a red Peterbilt, and the only one I saw was a newer white Kenworth. So then, yeah, so then I find out, and he's like, "Was that you over there?" I was like, "Where were you at?" I was at the TA, and I go, "Yep, that would have been me then, because I was there at TA." So yeah, he was just parked like 15, 20 spots down further down the same row I was in. I just didn't see his truck when I left this morning. Uh, Okay, I'll tell you how to figure that out. Tell your girlfriend to get the truck number and give it to you. And then once you know the truck number, you can always ask, say, hey, I keep hearing there's this other JCT driver who lives in my area. He's in truck number blah blah blah. I was wondering if you could tell me about it, or you just get the number, and then if maybe if you run across them on the road somewhere, you can get hey, I keep hearing your truck's always in my area. Where, yeah. Not necessarily that. It could also depending on how long he's been with us. He could be a Diamond Select driver or something, and regularly only running routes between like maybe Utah and somewhere else, like Southern Cal or something. Yeah, just go ahead and give me a call back if you want. Okay, bye.
Alright, Cody's doing his 30-minute break at Loves in Willow Springs, Missouri. Y'all are quiet bunch today. Sort of. I just see a whole bunch of Sean Goodman talking and nobody else. What's up with that? It's just west of Las Cruces is, which is over by the airport. Yeah, it seems to be a common problem with everybody. They all talk to themselves. I talk to myself too every so often. Right now, so about 15 miles from the core of Las Cruces, and a little bit less than 40 miles, like 35 to 40, a little over 35 from here to Anthony. Somebody not named Sean Goodman talking. All right. Hey, James. Cody's on his 30-minute break. He's ordering food, so I told him just go ahead and give me a call back. That's how I operate. I don't do phone calls when I got business to do. Whether it's the toilet business or one side deal with cashiers kind of stuff, I don't do phone calls. hesitated. Now I gotta slow down even more because your ass did that. Thanks. This guy here in front of me is all the way down to 60, just over 60. And a 65 zone. Logistics Company. Like looking at this scenery here, these mountains here with they have like that jagged rock kind of formation right there in front of us. Extra, one of those trucks got jackknifed on bridge. Clearly marked no semis. There was an extra trailer. If it's an extra trailer, that's a lease trailer. Extra is not an actual carrier. They just lease trailers out to other carriers, to other people. It's kind of like U-Haul. If you have your own truck but you don't have a trailer, you can rent a trailer from Extra Leasing and use their trailer to do your hauling to make your money from. never even went into Texas for the first time ever. That was when I went to basic training. I always had these visions that I'd hate Texas because of some of their weird laws, believe it or not. No, I don't mean gun laws. I mean just some of the other ways they deal with certain things. Not to mention, I'm not a cowboy type, and I can't stand country music. I thought I would freaking hate life there. But remember, went to basic training at Lackland Air Force Base, and I got this vision that San Antonio was actually not a bad looking city, and didn't seem like it was the same kind of ambiance to it that I would have expected from Texas. And then later on, I don't know, a few years later, I ended up going to Dallas Fort Worth area. Decided to drive my own car over there. While I was doing a conference there in Carswell Air Reserve Base. And actually, I found myself liking Fort Worth a lot. Nice area. They have a lot of the kind of stuff that I was used to seeing in Southern Cal. You know, and so I didn't really feel like I would have been missing home as much by being there. What else? I know they have like that. There's like a 20-mile or so long path or whatever you can go walking, jogging, bicycling, or whatever on. And it looked like a nice area. And the downtown area of Fort Worth also looked kind of nice too. And so I was impressed. It got to where, you know, I would actually be willing to live here. So yeah, I have a respect for Texas. Obviously, I don't relate so well to country music nothing against people who are into that kind of music or that lifestyle. I just have a hard time connecting with people like that because it's not my style, and I think my time in Idaho did kind of ruin my image of people who live that kind of lifestyle too. And there were a lot of racist people in Idaho, and I had a problem with that. I grew up in a very non-racist environment where nobody cares about what color anybody else's skin is. We're all friends hanging out and stuff, and it didn't matter what kind of background you had, even if you were a gangbang or whatever. A lot of us, hey, you're cool with us, we're cool with you. Texas was awesome. I was stationed there 5 times, 3 times at Fort Bliss and 2 times at Fort Hood. And which was one of those was I forget which one of those two is by El Paso. That's Fort Bliss, isn't it? If I remember right, Fort Hood's not too far. Fort Bliss is one by El Paso. Okay, that's what I thought. El Paso is right. I would probably, if I was in a car, I probably wouldn't hate El Paso so much. The fact that I drive a truck and always have to deal with idiots in that area, that's why I don't like being there. But otherwise, especially because the culture that I'm around so much in California, I have largely Hispanic population, and I'm more used to being around Hispanic people than I am around whites, or a combination of Hispanic and white. It'd be kind of like home for me there, I guess. Mexican food, it's something I love.
No problem. Well, yeah, not a big deal. I'll be driving for another 20 miles anyway, so it's like handle your business. I was going to ask you if it was a good time to chit chat anyway, because I'm still barely halfway through my shift. It's all good. All right, so suggest a no next time, because like I was saying after I hung up, I'm one of those guys. I don't do phone calls with people when me or them is busy doing stuff. I preferably. No, it's not so much that. It's bad manners to me. It's either you're trying to deal with a cashier or somebody, or and it's not it's you have to juggle between conversations, and sometimes the person on the phone doesn't know that you're talking to somebody else. Yeah. All right. That's all good. Hey, what was the number of that truck that the guy you said you freaking had the high hook incident? Okay, no, it wasn't the same guy then. 'Cause I do what? Oh, I bet. Yeah, I was wondering because I saw 4140 going the other way not too long ago, and I was like, I remember there was a 40 or something in the number you told me, and I wasn't sure if it was the same truck that I saw or a different one. And wow, yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It's like it really should be reported, but then again, it'll probably cost him his job. But even if you did report it, that kind of an incident, how in the hell are you so stupid? You high hook a trailer when you have at least a year and a half of experience. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have a large insurance policy for because of stuff like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Um, you'd be surprised for some people. Yeah, yeah. Unless you really know who you're dealing with. Yeah, I've heard stories about that too, where spotters, aren't paying enough attention, and next thing you know, you're hitting somebody, even though you have a spotter telling you that it's clear. Just to get it on video, that doesn't surprise me. especially with him being a Swift driver. Because they're fucking idiots. Because now, if he has that accident, now the guy spotting for him is just as liable, and now he can tell his insurance company that, hey, this guy was spotting for me, and he told me, and he was signaling that it was clear, but it wasn't. And now all you have to do is get the truck number and company, who's a 4114 Alpha. Get the info on the company and driver who told him that, and especially if he has physical evidence showing that the guy was spotting for him. Yeah, whether it's truck stop surveillance footage or your own dash cams or whatever, then guess what? Yeah, that guy's the spotter's insurance might end up being liable. I don't know if it can work out that way, but I don't have any case law knowledge of how that works in those situations. Yep, I know that feeling. I had one where I love tapped a Stevens truck when I had like four months of experience. There was plenty of room to work with in the lane, but I just didn't set up right, and my trailer was coming in at a bad angle, and instead of resetting, I just went ahead and went hard left to try to chase the trailer down so it wouldn't rotate anymore. So what happened is it just starts coming into the hole at a bad angle, even though, like I said, there was plenty of room. It was at the Loves in LaSalle, Illinois, and I was going really super slow because I knew I was trying to stay close to the truck that was on my sight side, but I had to wait for my tandems to get clear of the corner of that truck first before I could rotate it, and then I was going to try to jackknife turn it. And but then while I was trying to very carefully maneuver my tandems around the truck on the sight side, all of a sudden I feel like a small tap, like a small ricochet. And with that, I mean, there's no way you can tell me you can't feel yourself hitting another truck. When I'm doing it at a quarter of a mile an hour, if even that, very carefully trying to maneuver around this other truck on my side side, and I can feel it, then you're damn right you're going to be able to feel it if you're creeping in and hit them at anything, yeah, any kind of speed. So, yeah, I remember I pulled forward just a little bit, like maybe a few inches, and then I stopped and got out and took a look. And like, shit, sure enough, the right corner of my trailer was only inches away from Stevens. And when I ended up, all right, I came back out, reset, and then once I got parked, I took a real close look at Stevens' truck, which whoever was in it never came out. So I have no idea if, I mean, I don't know if they were in there sleeping or if they were outside the vehicle, whatever, but nobody came out. And I'm looking all over that damn truck, everywhere, trying to find even one hint of damage, and I couldn't find anything. And so I got lucky there. And I think what happened was the corner of my trailer hit it might have just barely tapped. Was around where the steps were. So I was like, well, shit, okay, no harm, no foul. But, I didn't report it. Probably should have, yeah, but the time I was still with Sierra England. Yeah, I was on the OTR side, and yeah, and there's an XPO facility across the freeway and down the road from there. And I think I'd either just picked up a load or was getting ready to do a drop and hook there at some point, but I stopped there first. I think I just picked up a load at XPO. And then I went in there and um, yeah, so that was the only time I ever had an issue. And that taught me how to that taught me a big lesson. Don't back into a hole at a bad angle, and it also taught me to always point my trailer out in front of the spot because I remember when I reset, I had the trailer pointing out further out in front, and then I rotated it further out in front. Like, oh, then I realized, oh, point the trailer out in front of the spot instead of in the spot. And when you rotate it, you're coming into the hole at a better angle, and you're a lot less likely to hit anybody. Yeah, same here. I just put it in low side reverse and then feather my clutch. Mo- Most of the time, I just let the clutch all the way out and then just let the truck move on its own much as it, we're whenever. And then if I need to, control the speed a little bit better, then I start feathering the clutch. Yeah, I I'm not afraid to do tight spots, but I won't back into them if I don't need to because I'm just concerned about if someone goes to leave a spot next to me or enter a spot next to me, there's always that likelihood I might get hit. And well, it's just a matter of what loads you get when they pick up and deliver and all that. Sometimes it works out that way. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday. I got green lighted at the one over by Lordsburg, New Mexico, but I got red lighted at the one going into Arizona. But then I go in there, and then there's the booth that you go up to, and it was closed. The window was closed, and there was a sign up there saying, "Please go back to the freeway unless otherwise directed." So okay, I guess. Yeah, probably. Did you get a green? All right, brilliant. I'm driving right now. Probably because I'm on my headset. I don't talk on my headset if I'm not driving. I put the phone right up to my ear when I'm not driving, or I use the speaker but have the phone real close to my face when I'm doing it. No, I don't drive a Kenworth. Uh, Mine says concert class on the top of it. So no, and no, I don't have that radio mute feature when you go into reverse. Of course, I have a manual transmission truck anyway, so I'm not sure the computer's smart enough to do anything like that. Which is fine by me because I don't want my truck's computer to be too smart. Yep. I'm like, that was a rhetorical question. That's a no-brainer. Yeah, same. Yeah, I'll be glad to never see that feature ever again. No, I'll stick with this truck and not have anything but lane alert to deal with. I don't need. Yeah, yeah. Different people put them in different spots. Like I have mine on the front of my hood by my hood mirror, but other people, yeah, I've seen other people put them in other spots, like maybe over by the sleeper area, or I've even seen them put them over the top of their doors. One on each side for each year. So yeah, I have two on my left side and two on my right side. Hey, no, it's just stay with the company for 2 years and you get them. Yeah. Was it? Yeah, I think it was because it was before you went to Utah Transit Authority. I thought it might have been when you were with Knight or somebody. Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's not that bad. Yeah. Hey, I'm getting ready to get off the freeway here to get fuel in Anthony, Texas. Mind call you back later? Okay. Bye bye. Hey, Sylvia. Not the greatest prices here, but I'm gonna get my 1,000 gallons of Pilot Flying J fuel before I start going. Before I start getting my fuel at better price stuff. That way, I at least get a whole month of free showers.
chocolate frosty from Wendy's while I'm here. This is going to be a pain in the ass left turn to make again. I don't like making this turn right here because usually I always have a bunch of traffic coming the opposite way, and I always have my, I don't know why, it just always seems like it's normally spaced out that way where I can't get into here. What is this knucklehead doing? Let's go to this guy here since he's only got one fuel tank and he's actively fueling. This is the guy to get behind. Off duty.
You have 2 hours and 14 minutes of remaining drive time.
Okay, I'm debating whether to all that, and the freaking mute button was on. When did it mute? I don't even know. I never touched it, so that drives me nuts when it does that. Alright. So I'm doing on that. I'm fine on that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here because I'm gonna go and do a 30. I did it at fuel pumps. Was it when I first got there, or was it when I got back in the truck? Because I'm trying to figure out why it mutes sometimes, and I don't have anything to do with it. It's weird. I guess that'll be one nice thing. I don't know if it's maybe the holder down here. See how it sits right there? Okay, I got a Note 8. Maybe it's hitting the volume buttons on the which are on the same side of the phone as where that's at. So I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. That's annoying though. But all right, yeah, I'm gonna do a 30-minute break here. I'll go ahead and end the stream. It's just after 30 minutes after the hour when I started this, so just after noon local time, which this is mountain time here, by the way. So just after noon, or yeah, right just after the top of the hour, I'll start a new stream up. It'll be titled From Anthony, Texas to Fort Stockton, Texas. So be looking for you. Look for it then. Like I say, right at the top of the hour, somewhere in that ballpark, we'll be back on. All right, guys. We'll see you all at about 30. See you guys.